Yep, that's fine. Hey, Miriam. Hey everyone, welcome to day one of Frontrow 2020. So we just finished a workshop with Alex and Tolino. That was a really cool session, had super engagement within the chat, which is awesome. Now we've got about 3 hours of some networking sessions. Hey everyone, welcome back to Frontrow 2020, and more importantly, welcome to our final session of Frontrow 2020, our closing keynote. Yeah, it's time to celebrate. We have balloons, we've got the suit up. You guys have been trying to get me in a suit all week. I can guarantee you the top half does not match the bottom half. So if you guys don't know who I am, if you haven't been watching any sessions this week, I'm Ryan Hayward. I'm your host of Frontrow 2020. I'm also the CEO and founder of Pitch Roof, the organization putting this together, and also the community of over 85,000 designers. Quick reminder for you guys, if you are watching this session and you're sharing pictures and taking notes and sharing videos, make sure to do that and use the hashtag Frontrow2020. And also tag us at PitchProof so we can reshare on our stories and Twitter and LinkedIn and all that fun stuff. Also, a huge thanks to our sponsors before we start. Adobe XD and Holobrief. Without them, this 3-day event would not be possible to do. So I highly recommend you guys check them out. Both are really cool products, so go check them out. And then lastly, if you guys have been following along this week, you've probably been in our Slack community. I've been plugging it like crazy because it's a great place to meet other event attendees. And if you haven't joined it, you're still not too late. You've got time to go join it and go network with other event attendees. The Slack channel will be open for a little bit longer. So even post-event, you guys can go and network. Other things, our virtual expo is coming to an end shortly. I know you guys have been loving it. I've been receiving messages about it. There's heaps of deals on there. For example, we're at a deal with Design Cut, so you guys can get like 50% off some like really best-selling products, like design products. So you definitely highly recommend that. If you're a VIP, you can enter a form to be in the chance to win a yearly subscription to Adobe Creative Cloud, and thanks to the Adobe XD team for organizing that one with us. There's heaps of other stuff too. We've got ebooks, there's free downloads. One of our speakers, Jeremy Miro, he's put together like a textures pack, like a rustic textures pack for you guys that you can download that normally costs around 20-30 bucks. There's a ton of value in there for you guys, so I highly recommend you check that out. And also, if you guys haven't already, for whatever reason, upgraded to a VIP pass, so you can rewatch sessions, or if you have missed a session this week, you can go ahead and catch up on that. And you would have also got access to our mentoring sessions and a ton more goodies that are exclusive to VIPs. For example, the Adobe Creative Cloud giveaway that we're doing, as well as a couple of other goodies. All right, so today we're going to be doing some live Q&A for basically 3 to 4 hours, which I'm super excited for because a lot of the speakers we have lined up are some of the OGs, the originals from Frontrow 2019 last year. So first up, we'll have Miriam Isaac, the Oreo Queen. I'm sure we'll jump into that story and how that came to be in a second. But then after that, following Miriam, we have Oana from UX Goodies, as you guys probably know her, as well as James Martin. Then followed by Brandon Gross and Tom Ross together. They're going to be a super fun conversation. It's always good to catch up with them. And then in the last session, we have Anfisia Bogomalova, Melinda Livesey, and Michael Janda. So we've got a stellar line of speakers. I'm super pumped to get into this. So let me go ahead and introduce our first guest, which is Miriam Isaac. Miriam, can you hear me?
Yes, hi!
How are you going?
Oh my god, I'm really excited and pumped up.
And we got balloons, so you should be more excited.
I should have had some. Well, I have the Oreos. It's okay.
That's right. I got Oreos too. I'm sure we'll do something with these Oreos today. All right, so Miriam.
4 more.
So Miriam, give everyone at home watching a quick 30-second introduction about yourself.
Hi, I'm Miriam Isaac, and I am a UX designer. I've been doing this for the past probably 10 years. Started off as a web designer, downloading websites from the internet and like reworking them out and trying to figure them out, building that for people who would hire me for, as a beginner for small businesses. And then eventually I was hired as an in-house graphic and web designer. And during that period of being hired in-house, I saw how technology was advancing, and I was part during the responsive revolution, and I built my own UX team. I was managing designers and developers as a subsidiary for a Fortune 200 company, and that was an amazing learning experience for me. Since then, I've been working as a UX consultant, UX contractor, or working at different times when I've worked in-house as a UX lead designer. And I also have my Instagram community of almost 40,000. Thank you so much, everyone, for following me. And I'm super glad to be able to give back to the design community in a way that I felt that, in a way that how my career became to be from learning from others online, because we all know this is a very much self-taught industry. Technology moves faster than universities, than colleges, and we just sharing is caring. And I believe in giving back to this amazing community and helping others join this journey.
That's awesome. I can see in chat now heaps of people typing hashtag Oreo Queen, spam the Oreos. And so to give everyone a little bit of backstory who doesn't know. So last year, Miriam appeared on Frontrow 2019, our first edition of the virtual conference of Frontrow, and we had a few little shenanigans that appear, and one of them was the story of the Oreo. Miriam might want to expand on this, but from what I remember was we asked you what you had for breakfast, and the answer was Oreos. So that kind of became almost a part of your personal brand. Do you want to run us through real quick, post Frontrow last year, so October 4th last year, kind of what that journey and the Oreos have led to for you?
So last year, do you know what's hilarious, Ryan? I watched back the session and I was just laughing my head off. And before recently, and so basically, I think Front Row 2019 was the first time people saw me and saw my personality, and I think there was a bit of a shock. And and people were like, we could also do the session with Connor and Bless, who were also hilarious. And people were like, as a joke, what does she eat for breakfast? Probably I. And I said Oreos because it just happened to be that I ate Oreos that morning for breakfast, which isn't the healthiest of breakfasts. I don't endorse that. And I would say, and it was amazing how people caught on to that side note and were like, oh, we're hashtag, started making this hashtag Oreo Queen, and it's just something that stuck and something that I think, when you want to connect with someone, you always want to find something to connect on, and Oreos, I guess, is kind of universal, like Coca-Cola or like Star Wars or whatever it is, and I think that created this connector with me and my audience, and they've just send me Oreo gifts and send me Oreo stories and send me I've definitely been promised a lot of Oreos that have not arrived.
Well, if you're ever here in Australia, Miriam, I can guarantee you some Oreos will be coming your way. Actually, I was on a podcast a couple of weeks ago, and I was asking them afterwards, "Oh, who have you got next?" and see if I could name drop a couple of people or make some contacts. And they said, "Oh, we've got Miriam on next." I'm like, "Oh, great! I actually have a question you can ask her," and it was very Oreo related. So I'm not sure if you've been on that one yet, but if you haven't, stay tuned for that.
Okay, fine, I will. I've been asked a lot of times about the Oreos. Like, I've explained the story a few times now.
All right. So this session with Miriam, what we're going to be doing is some live Q&A. So if you guys want to ask Miriam a question, all you have to do is type !Q in the chat, followed by your question, and it will appear on my screen here so I can ask Miriam. But Miriam, I've got a couple of questions I want to ask you first. But before that, I thought it would be fun to do a quick 5-question quiz with you about Oreos. So are you ready?
Really, it could be.
So you've got 4 different options for each question. So you literally got to answer A, B, C, or D, and we're going to see how many you can get out of 5.
Okay, multi-choice. I like that.
Yeah. So let's say if you get 4 out of 5, you can keep your Oreo Queen title.
Oh my gosh, my queen. Okay, fine.
Otherwise, you have to lose the credit. No pressure or anything.
Okay.
All right. Question number 1 was, and no googling. When was the Oreo invented? Was it A, 1912, B, 1987, C, 2001, or D, 1967?
Can we ask the audience?
You know what they're going to do? They're going to Google it. But
Friend,
people,
friend.
everybody playing along at home, make sure you drop your answers too. See how many you can get.
I think, oh my gosh, I think I'm trying to look at the packet. Maybe it's got E, established. No, okay, you know what? I'm just going to say 1920s.
1920?
Was that one of the choices?
We had a 1912.
Or what? Or wait, no, actually, you know what? Is there 1980s? Is it in the 80s?
1987.
Let's do that one.
B. Incorrect. It was actually 1912. The correct answer was A.
Ah!
I tried
Wow,
to give you a
it's really
shot.
old. That's so old.
It is.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you learn something new every day. All right, question 2. Who invented the Oreo? Was it A, Manhattan biscuit manufacturer, B, Australian Cookie Corporation, C, Creamy Creators, or D, National Biscuit Company?
Oh my god, I have no idea. D.
Correct. D was the correct answer, National Biscuit Company. 1 from 2. Here we go. Question number 3. Oh, I see a couple of people got that one right. So, how many different Oreo flavors are there? I'll give you a couple options. Is there A, 3, B, 6, C, 16, or D, 25?
Oh my god, I got no idea. I know
I'm going to
there's
presume
vanilla.
this is like ever invented Oreo flavors.
There's vanilla. There's chocolate. I think I've seen banana. I'm gonna say like, what was it, 20 something?
25?
25?
Yeah.
Was that what? That 25?
Yeah, that was in it. D.
Yeah, that one.
All right, correct.
Yeah!
Awesome.
They kind of got common sense.
All right. Yeah, I see people get that one right too. All right, question 4. How many Oreos are in a standard packet like this one? We actually know the answer for this one. How many Oreos are in a standard packet like this? Is it either A, 15, B, 12, C, 14, or D, 8?
What was the first one?
3. Oh no, sorry, 15. It was 15.
I'm gonna say 14.
You've got it again. You must be kidding.
What did they go?
3 for 4, not a bad
The Oreo gods have blessed me.
If you get this one, I'll be impressed. All right, question 5, the last one. What animal hates Oreos? Is it A?
Oh my god.
Is it A, dogs, B, pigs, C, giraffes, or D, sheep?
I feel like it's sheep.
Are you sure?
I'm scared. Ask the audience. Okay, sheep. I'm gonna say sheep.
Sheep?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Miriam, you're incorrect. The answer was B. 3 out of 5, though. That's pretty good. Let me know in the comments, guys, what you guys were getting at home. A bit of fun to start our session. All right, let's get to the proper content now. So I have a couple of predetermined questions here for Miriam, and then I want you guys in chat to ask me questions. So !Q, and then type your question after that, and then I can ask them to Miriam. All right, Miriam, first question I want to ask you is, how can one get started in UX without any prior experience?
Okay, it's a good question. It's a very difficult one. It's definitely a feat. I would say what you're mainly gonna have to have to enter a job or to be hired in UX is a portfolio. Now, how do you make a portfolio? You make a portfolio, either you could do like a course online, or you're going to have to make your own case studies where you've applied the UX process to an app or a website or a digital product that you want to redesign, and you put it through the process, and that's how you create your case studies, which will consist of things like doing user research, doing your own like analytics, doing your own qualitative and quantitative research, doing like empirical research, and what you discover from that research, making a problem statement from that, and then starting to redesign the application according to that. So you're going to have to be doing user flows, you're going to have to be doing IA, information architecture, you're going to have to be doing wireframes, and then you're going to have to be doing a prototype in a program like Figma. So you're going to require learning a software program like Figma or Adobe XD or Sketch, and there's courses that surround that as well. I know that we've been talking about XD a lot, so maybe Ryan can share a resource on how to learn XD, but I've definitely seen YouTube videos on that. And once you have that prototype, what you want to do is start testing that, doing usability testing with people in your target audience, or maybe using like an app like a platform like Maze, to hire people online to get feedback from them. Then what you want to do is integrate that feedback into your prototype and make a change from that. And then what you want to do and put that into the case study. And then after that, what you want to do is share your insights and what you've learned from putting a app that you want to redesign into your case study. You want about 2 to 3 of these. You want to make a portfolio. You want to get that online. You can use things like EditorX. You can use things like Webflow. You can use like Squarespace to get it up as a portfolio. And then what you want to do is start promoting yourself, which consists of doing online, doing social media, networking with people like myself or any UX designer, saying like, hey, I've made this portfolio. What do you think? Can I get some feedback? I also know there's a great list online, a mentoring list online. Ryan, I don't know if you've seen it. I forgot the name of it. Have you seen that around?
I'm not sure specifically which one you're referring to.
I know Iwana, who's coming on soon, is on the list of those mentors. You can ask her. And they're all like amazing people. Like also, what's his name? Tony Duson is on it.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, amazing mentor list that you can put your portfolio on, and you can get it. You can get it assessed. Also,
Wow.
Casey as well is on there. Casey Randall, friend of mine from Instagram, and you can get your portfolio assessed and your reviews. So, and that's basically how you can get a job in UX without any experience.
That's awesome. Did you go to design school, Miriam, or are you completely self-taught?
So I am self-taught in terms of women. I just have a notification I've switched off. I took I took courses in a local sort of web and design school. But mainly I didn't like officially go to design school, but I did like courses at a kind of web computer programming place. And I know that you've got a question about that, which I can.
Yeah, which kind of leads into the second point is going to design school. What are the pros and what are the cons? What are your experience with this?
Well, I would say that design school is something that will give you what sometimes when they say boot camps, what they'll miss is things like art history, which is really important. And I personally got that via when I was actually in high school doing A levels. I got a lot of art history. I learned a lot of art history there. And what that teaches you is the founding principles of design. And I see that a lot of these boot camps, they don't cover art history, and it's important to understand. Say the Bauhaus movement is so relevant for UX designers. There's so many principles there that underlie things like the iPhone, which you don't even realize, but really things like Bauhaus have had incredible influence and stuff like that. Or just understanding abstract art, or understanding how a painting is composed, and understanding the why we need a focal point. And then when you start designing screens, applying that, okay, it needs a focal point, because in terms of usability, what you want users to, when they come to your page or come to your screen, they want to know what this is, what can I do here, and where can I go, And in painting, it's kind of like a painter also has a message that they want to give across. And it's also learning these underlying principles, these underlying art principles are going to do amazing for you. Like Gestalt is taught in design schools, but Instagram also teaches Gestalt as well. You know, and actually what's amazing with being online and the communities like Instagram and articles on Medium is that a lot of these designers are, you know, bringing in the Gestalt principles into their work and showing how to apply these principles. So, but another advantage for art school is connecting to other people, is networking, but you also get that nowadays from social media as well. But I would say if you can, like, you know, afford it and you're able to go to art school, there's not, you know, there's not really, I think go for it. But if not, there's so much help online. And also some of the best designers I know are self-taught, you know,
Mm.
are like, you think about what's his name? Schneur. I can't pronounce his name, but he's like well known. He's like he used to work for Spotify. I think he lives in
Yeah.
New York now. I think he's from Sweden or Germany. Not sure. Anyway, everyone knows who he is. He's got that beard. I hope he's not watching this. But anyway, I've been a fan of his for a long time. He's really self-taught, but he's amazing, you know. And I see a lot of the self-taught designers have that amazing drive and have that, you know, there's advantages both ways,
Mm.
you know. But you know, it's really like a personal choice, but it can be done. Um, not going to design school, but you have to have tenacity and grit to do
For
that.
sure. Because there's no guided learning, right? Like you're out on your own to learn. So you really got to have that self-motivation. My thoughts on design school, and this is just me like learning from other people, and because I'm completely self-taught myself, right? But my perspective is design school is designed to teach you how to design, not how to be a designer. So it will teach you how to match colors, how to match typography, the basics of design, which you do need, right? You do need to actually know how to design. But then there's how to be a designer. And in my opinion, that's something completely different. That's understanding how to deal with clients. That's how to manage feedback. That's how to project management. There's a lot more to it. And even things like timelines, you know, in a university or a design course, you might have 8 weeks to complete a project when in reality you might only have 2 to do a logo, you know, or a UX screen or anything like that. So that's kind of my perspective on it. I know, is there anything else you'd like to add to that, Miriam, before we jump into some live questions?
Yeah, that's 100% true. Because I was like, I started off as a freelancer, which I know a lot of people say you got to go to an agency first, but because of my just because of my life situation at the time, I was thrown very quickly into that, and I learned very quickly how to design for a client, as opposed to a lot of young designers that are coming out of art school and yeah, maybe had all the time to work and had an agenda onto themselves. And you know, when you're doing client work or you're doing work for businesses, you don't have that luxury of having an agenda, and then you become a difficult designer, an emotional designer. And there's a lot of practices in art school which are toxic for the workplace,
Mm.
like the way they hold design critiques, you know, it's a very public, and it's like a must, and you must you know, it's good for you to be like shamed like this in front of all these people. No, it's not. It's horrible, you know. And you see a lot of like art directors take this on and take it to the workplace, and it just creates this toxic culture, you know. And when I post, say, like what I learned as a design manager, and I share stop doing public critiques, these designers are like, oh my god, Miriam, thank you so much. I will cry my eyes out at work because of my design manager, and that's horrific. We have to stop this. You know, we have to stop this public. Why have to do it in a group? Take them aside, take them to their office. You know, always praise in public and give feedback in private. That's
Mm.
honestly what I believe. And I just think this is a leftover from this toxic culture of art school.
That's a really good point. I mean, culture is actually something that isn't discussed in many design courses at all, whether it be online or something else, because culture for any business is like quite essential, really, and any business owner with employees can tell you that. So that's a fantastic point. All right, let's get into some live Q&A questions here. First one's directed at me, actually. It says, Ryan, you got a haircut for Front Row 2020. Indeed, I did. All right. All right, here we go. All right, question for you, Miriam. How can a designer? Oh, sorry. Ooh, I've lost where I'm up to now. What is UX digital focused? Ooh,
Well,
does that one make sense? Oh, why is UX digital focused? Does that one make sense?
no, 1 second, because we might have a definition issue here. Let me think. Okay, UX. Why is it digital focus? Okay, well, it depends how you define UX in the first place. If you're okay, so there's two ways of really defining UX. Okay, there's a Don Norman traditional definition, which consists of that, like everything is UX. You know, say for example, I'll just bring this bottle. The way I open it, right? That's UX. Okay, that's the UX of this water bottle. The UX of this what I've just got here, detergent can. That is user experience. But really, the problem is the title. I'll tell you what the problem with Don Norman's original definition was, and it's something that I've spoken about on my Instagram, and something that I spoke about with actually Michael Janda on his Insta Live, and like he agrees with me. The problem was that when Don Norman was making this definition, it was back in the 90s, and technology was not as advanced as it is today. So user experience could include, he wanted to include also the hardware, then the packaging that the software came in, which is totally great, and it creates that cohesive user experience. But the problem with that is that technology has become so advanced, and in my own career, I've seen that I was like I was both a designer and developer at one point, doing both the code and design of the websites. But you know, when I speak to a lot of my peers, we would have to make that choice at some point in our careers, either to go design wise or developer wise, because it got so complex on both ends. You know, so the problem with that is that nowadays jobs and job descriptions that say UX designer, you're not designing a water bottle, you're not designing a kettle, you're not designing analog projects, you're designing digital products, and at some point we are going to have to make this line, this like definition that UX is digital, because there's also been backlash from the actual product industrial product design community that I've spoken with personally, and they really don't like that we've taken their title of product designer, because they're getting DMs on like LinkedIn about, is this UX role relevant to you? I think it's okay to now say that UX is that experience you feel when interacting with a digital product, because we really have to double down and focus on that, because digital products have this level of interactivity that you don't have with analog products. Like say the designer, okay, what does the designer have to think about? The shape of the bottle, right, how it opens and closes. Okay, but that's as far as my human interaction with the bottle goes, right? With an app, it could go so deep. You log on to an app, you sign in, and then there's another interaction. There's a feed. Can I click on the photo? Can I comment on the photo? Can I share the photo? Can I DM? Or what about this profile? There's a profile. Okay, can I DM this profile? What can I do on this profile? Can I follow this profile? There's a level of interactivity that was never ever existed actually in the whole history of design before, and this is something that we need to focus on. And this is why, and we're all defining this now, and this is being shaped at this moment of time, and we need to focus on that. And that's why it's so digital focused, because it's so new, right? And it needs all this brain power to figure this out.
That's awesome. What's the collaboration process between you and a developer?
What I like to do, and I know this might sound like radical, but I like to include the developer from day one. I believe that the designer, the product manager, the developer, the QA tester or whoever stakeholder, their founder, whoever it is, right? Their office dog, should all meet on day one on the kick of the project, and they should all be aligning at key milestones throughout the project. So and working in tandem. Okay, what you don't want is this kind of waterfall of like, okay, it's in design, then it goes to development, and then it goes to like QA, and what happens is that you get these massive bottlenecks because like some point in development, the developer might see something wrong and come back to design, but design's already on the next thing, you know. So what you want to do is kind of like work in tandem with the developer from day one and have that iterative and that really collaborative feedback loop with them so that there's no surprises. The developer's like, oh, I can't do this. I don't know what this is. Why didn't you ask me? And then when you get to that point of like, why didn't you ask me? Why didn't you include me? That's when ego comes into play
Mm.
because people could feel like left out. So you want to mitigate that by including everyone from day one and bringing everyone into the room on the first day.
For sure, for sure. We have a lot of questions coming in. Next one is, what is your common UX research process to design a product from zero?
From zero to hero. I was like, who's this woman? I would say day one, starting with that discovery. Like I
How
read
many
in
Oreos did you have this morning? All right.
I've not had any yet because I'm saving myself Okay,
Let's get some
let's be serious.
hashtag
We've got
Oreos in the
serious
chat so Miriam will eat some.
We've got some serious questions. We've got to be serious. Okay, so what you do is you start off with the discovery, and as you know, what's interesting because yesterday, Seth was talking about his process for branding, and it was so interesting to see like the mirroring nowadays, which is amazing. Anyway, okay, so what you start off with discovery, you sit down with the client and you say, you ask questions like, what's the goal of this project? If you had a magic wand, what would this project look like and why? And you ask them who's the target audience. There's a whole set of questions that you ask in discovery, and that's also where you're going to start benchmarking your user goals as well, in alliance to the business objectives. Then what you want to do is ask the client, hey, do you have any potential users we can speak to? Or if there's no potential users, who's your competitors? You know, and all those questions that you ask in discovery are going to help you start off with the user research. Once you've done discovery, then what you want to go do is go talk to at least 5 potential users, and there's a whole like user interview questions for them as well, asking them either like asking if there's no project, there's nothing to redesign, then what you want to do is in discovery ask for competitors, and you'll be asking the users questions on those competitor apps.
Awesome.
Okay, and there's what you want to do is this range of qualitative and quantitative and empirical data, which is something that I see that people don't talk about enough. Is empirical data. It's very important because users will say very differently for what they will do. Okay, so you want to be watching your users, you want to be watching them use different products via things like heat maps and things like user testing videos and things like just sitting next to them and seeing how they use it. And you want to be noting all this down along the way. You also want to be doing like competitive analysis, and you also want to be looking at things like customer feedback and speaking to customer service. So you're starting to build like this picture of like user issues, user problems, and you want to be looking for like patterns that exist along this as well. And that's how you start to like arrange your hypothesis and your UX strategy around that.
Awesome. What's your favorite part of the design process?
That's like asking me what's my favorite childhood, Ryan.
Well, you know my next question. No, we better not.
Can't say which one. I really we all I actually really enjoy all parts of the UX process. I know that sounds really strange, but I enjoy everything from the research to the making of the hypothesis, to the sketching and the wireframes, to the design system, to then reviewing what the developer has done as well. I also like how varied it is as well. The UX process, like I like how you can jump from one thing to another. So it keeps you on your toes as well. So you're not spending the whole day
Mm.
just like in Figma, or you're not spending the whole day just holding user interviews. Like you get that amazing kind of variation in a career or in a job, that most people would love to have.
That's awesome. Quick reminder, guys. So we've got about 10 minutes left. So if you want to ask Miriam some questions, !Q in the chat, followed by your questions, so I can appear, find them on my iPad over here. All right, next question. Someone asked, what are the best softwares to get started in a UX career? So Miriam, what are some tools and software that you use?
So of course, Adobe XD.
Mm.
That's really
Link in description.
Because no, I also do use Adobe XD. I have like a project running in Adobe XD, and I do really enjoy using XD. I really enjoy the states, how they do states.
Mm.
It really saves you from doing like extra screens. Like if you have to do different hover states for things like buttons and stuff. Really enjoy XD for that. Also, Figma is a great software to learn as well, and Figma. Those are like my top two right now.
Yeah.
And they also, I like how they encompass, also the prototyping and the design. And also they have amazing sharing abilities as well. That is also, I think that's just key because, do you know what's funny? I think at one point, it's amazing because the software has really progressed throughout my career. I started in Photoshop.
Yeah.
So
Like we all did.
and I think what was funny, I felt like, oh, also Framer is great for like
Yeah.
animation as well. But I think the collaboration of both Figma and XD is really the key problem solve solve of what the design softwares are trying to do for a long time. I just remember when like Studio came out and everyone was like so excited
Mm.
and really into it, and they were trying to kind of do they were trying to they kind of thought the problem laid in animating prototypes, but really the animation wasn't like good enough to compete with say like After Effects. And they didn't focus on the collaboration issue, that I actually think that things like Figma and XD, they're really solving that issue, because UX is a team sport, and
Mm.
you really need people to come into the document and be able to like grab things like assets and be able to comment and be able to like move things around themselves. And I have to say that that's why I think those two design softwares are winning, and those are going to be great for all of you, because that's the key issue you're going to run into. Not necessarily how do I make the prettiest design or how do I make what looks like on Dribble. The collaboration will be your greatest challenge as a UX designer.
That's awesome. I actually remember seeing a tool a couple of months ago, and it was called Play, Create with Play, and it was basically a UX UI type of Figma type of app, but on your phone. So you could literally design on your phone. And I read about their story and everything, and their whole philosophy was you should be designing stuff on actual things that the user is actually going to be using. So, for example, they used the example of a Tesla and a Tesla touchscreen in a Tesla car. So you could use their software to actually design an app or a design for some sort of UI or UX screen actually on the Tesla touchscreen. So that's just another cool tool that may be beneficial in the future for UX designers. I don't know. What are your thoughts on potentially a app on your phone that you designed phone apps for?
I get it, I see it, and also that's why I like paper a lot, because I can design, I can simulate what a mobile feels like on paper easier than
Mm,
on screen, because screen is kind of like one step removed from you.
mm,
Whereas on paper, you can really like cut things out and kind of see how it feels. Also mimics like what Google Material is just inspired by, which is by paper, and how that moves around. So that's why a lot of people ask me about like my paper prototypes, and I talk about how it helps you design for a mobile better as well, but also for like the thinking process as well. And that's probably what I'd argue with, is that you really need that space to think, and you really need that space to like. I think on the phone it's too constrained. When I say design tools for employees or for workspaces. They're never on the phone. They're always for desktop only, because I think that, the working mental model is you need a certain amount of space, and you need that kind of area, that spatial. You can't have that spatial constraint to think in. And I think that um, I see the benefit, but I also see the con as well. Maybe more as a last part of the design process, but I don't see being able. I think it's something that they could probably reiterate on and improve on as well.
That's awesome. All right, next question coming in is, why did you decide to go into UX design?
It was why did I go into UX?
Yeah.
It was a response to the changing technology of the time.
Okay.
It was I was working as a web designer. I saw what was happening online with responsive and how the mobile phone was becoming a thing. I'm that old. I'm that old to like remember this time and thinking that, oh my god, I've got to do this. This is the next big thing. This is like, and I remember actually, Ryan, I remember having discussions in the company that I was working for, that I was like, we have to go responsive. Everyone's going to be buying online because it was an
Yeah.
e-commerce company. And they were like, no one's going to buy on their
Just lost it.
mobile. Everyone's going to, hello? Did you lose me? Ryan?
Oops, sorry, Miriam. I just lost you there on my end. Can you hear me still?
Yeah. Am I good now?
Yeah, no, it was my end, I'm pretty sure. Can I just get a thumbs up? That
Okay.
was my end? Yeah, it's definitely my end. My AirPods decided to disconnect, which is always fun. Like I say to my audience, it doesn't matter if things stuff up. It's live. Things are always going to go wrong. We just have to roll with the punches. All right, Miriam, we have time for one more question. There's like almost too many to choose from. Let me refresh the question list in here. What is the first step to learn UX? Do you have any resources?
First step. It's so difficult, Ryan. I'll tell you why it's so difficult and why I've never done one of these. How to get started in UX post? Because it's such there's so many ways. There's so many topics that UX covers. I would say for sure Instagram is a great place to get started. I would say, look, if you really want to get started and you're really serious, really look into one of these courses, but also be cautious. Know that it's just a bootcamp course, just 3 months. You're gonna have to keep learning afterwards, but it's gonna help orientate yourself into what you should be focusing on, you know, and it's gonna give you that jump start to then carry on and know what resources to look out for, who to learn from, and what to do like that. Because there is a lot of information out there, Ryan, and some of it isn't correct.
That's true.
And you need to learn how to discern that.
Don't believe
The best
everything you
thing
read
for
on the
you,
internet.
yeah, and
That was like yeah, I've had that experience before.
so I think what you need to do is, if you're really serious, get yourself a mentor, get yourself onto one of these courses. Like, they're quite cheap, $100 a course, not a lot of money, but it's going to help orientate you, because I could just share a whole bunch of UX blogs and a whole bunch of UX resources and a whole bunch of this and that, but you're just going to be overwhelmed, and that's not good UX.
Yeah. There you go, guys. There's one for the Instagram stories. All right, Miriam, we might finish up this session here. Can you please give yourself a selfish plug and let everyone know where they can follow you?
I am on the internet as Miriam Isaac. You can find me on Instagram. So actually, it's two Miriam Isaac, so I'm not the Irish singer, okay? I'm Miriam Isaac, the UX designer. You can find me on Instagram, misaac85. That's me on Instagram. I do post on Twitter. I do post on LinkedIn. I do post, not on TikTok so much, but but mainly Instagram. And if you want to be in touch, DM me on Instagram. I generally take like time of day just to go through all my DMs. That's the best place to catch me.
That's awesome. And make sure you guys send Miriam some pictures of Oreos. Just spam her with #OreoQueen. I'm sure she'll love it. All right, fantastic. Miriam, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been an absolute blast, as always. So yeah, if you guys want to check out Miriam, make sure you do that. Isaac85 on Instagram. All right, so let me just run through a couple of housekeeping things. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to be going to a quick 5-10 minute break. And then when we get back, we're back with Oana from UX Goodies and James Martin. So I'm super excited about that question. We're going to be kickstarting that conversation about creating free content online. And if they had to start again, what would they do differently? And then we're going to jump into some live questions from you guys. Couple of things before that though, if you guys haven't already, use the hashtag Frontrow2020 when you're sharing your stuff online. If you've taken notes with Miriam's session or taking notes in the future, make sure you share them with everyone. Share them on Twitter, share them on LinkedIn, share them on Instagram stories, and use the hashtag Frontrow2020 and tag us at Pitchproof. We love to see them. Also, if you want to check out other links from things from the conference, like our Slack channel and virtual expo, or our VIP pass, so you can rewatch sessions, you can do that in the description too. All right, that's enough plugging from me. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, guys, with our next group of speakers, which is Ioana and James. So stay tuned, and we'll be back very soon. Do not go anywhere. Like a lot of design teams out there, we've been working from home recently. So yeah, we decided to switch to Adobe XD, where we can continue to design and collaborate efficiently, away from the office. XD's co-editing feature allows us to cross-collaborate on the same document together in real time. Can you make that logo a little bit bigger? It's great. XD is great for speeding things up. Our team uses components to reuse design elements throughout one or multiple documents. Prototyping our designs is easy with XD too. Interactions, triggers, and auto-animate, you name it. We can then easily send our designs to the client for a review via a shareable link. We also have the ability to send our developers a link to the design specs. They really love it. It's true. XD also allows us to connect our favorite apps to accelerate and automate our workflow. Things like Slack, Jira, Airtable, Trello, Google Sheets, and Overflow.
Would you recommend XD?
Well, if someone's looking for an easy to use, feature-rich collaboration design tool, then yeah.
Why not give it a shot? Download Adobe XD today.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Front Row 2020. As you can see, I've lost the jacket because I was getting quite hot here. So yeah, welcome back. If you guys have been watching online or anything, if you want to share photos, videos, anything like that, make sure you use the hashtag Front Row 2020 and tag us at Pitchproof. All right, up next we have Oana from UX Goodies on Instagram, as well as James Martin, made by James on Instagram. So we'll start with Oana. Oana, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, how are you?
It starts with a success.
That's good. Hopefully there's many more to follow. And then James, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Ryan.
How are we
Very
going?
loud and clear. Yeah, good mate, all good.
Awesome.
You know,
I always love
pumped.
being
It's
on
starting to go.
I always love being on a video call with you, James, to see your background. It's just a super cool office setup you got
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, I think I've probably feng shuied again since we last spoke as well. I'll keep
Yeah.
moving it around too much.
I like it.
It is what it is. I get bored too quickly.
All right, so what I want you guys to do real quick is to give yourself a quick 30-second introduction to our audience. So Anna, we'll start with you. Give yourself a quick 30-second introduction.
Hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Ioana, and I'm mostly known as UX Goodies on Instagram. I started this project 2 years ago, and right now I've grown into this beautiful community that I'm hoping as many of you are already part of, or if not, will be joining. I'm a UX designer. I've worked in several industries as a UX designer, and now my main mission is not only crafting great products, but also building communities and educating as many people as possible through my efforts. So I think that's me in a nutshell.
That's awesome. And James?
That's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good.
All of that. James, you're up. 30-second intro. Let's
Yo,
go.
so mine won't be as good as that. Basically, my name is James Martin. A lot of you might know me as Made by James on the old gram. Owner, founder of Baby Giant Design Co., which is a design agency on the South Coast UK. And I just make logos all day. That's basically what I do, and try and make
That's
people
it.
happy.
He doesn't go
That's
outside.
kind of how I roll. Done.
And that's fantastic. I mean, it's
Yeah.
really powerful.
I get paid to draw. My life's freaking awesome. It's great.
Logo,
Yeah.
sleep, repeat.
Logo, sleep, repeat. Yeah, not so much sleep.
Alright guys, so what we're going to be doing is I'm going to ask these guys a couple of questions to start off with, and then you guys can actually in the chat get the opportunity to ask these two beautiful people some questions. So if you want to ask them questions, *Q followed by your question, and then I can ask these two people over here. So first question for you guys is how has creating free content online impacted your lead generation? Now before we jump into some answers here, I just want to note out that obviously James is more focused on branding and Oana's more focused on UX. So we're going to get some really responses from different perspectives. But I think we'll get some really cool responses from you guys too, because even though you guys are completely different in fields, there's a lot that you guys align with too. So I guess James, you can start us off here. How has creating free content online impacted your business and lead generation?
Well, I think the old saying, the more you give, the more you get, is quite applicable to this kind of situation. But also on the flip side, you know, my clients actually pay me to create the content that I show. So there's actually this kind of weird kind of symbiotic relationship that happens there, because obviously all I do is I show the process that I'm actually getting paid to create for somebody else. So but when it comes to like some of the kind of more motivational carousels or some of the tutorials that I post and stuff like that, I mean, yeah, as I said, like the more you put that kind of stuff out there, and the more effort you are seen to be putting into bits and pieces like that, you know, giving freely, I think, is always a good way to roll. Yeah, the more engagement you get, and obviously the more engagement you get, the more people you're talking to, the more clients that will approach you. So yeah, I think that basically would be my answer to that is, yeah, giving freely actually gets you stuff freely, so to speak. If that made any sense whatsoever, I don't know.
I think this is the philosophy of any influencer, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the more you give, the more you get.
And Alana.
Yeah. So from my side, it's a bit trickier since I can't scale as much. So a UX project can take up to 1 year or maybe even more. So I can't necessarily measure in quantity. So I had 24 new clients last year thanks to UX Goodies. But and I haven't really ever considered or created a funnel to understand how I'm building these relationships and what types of relationships or contacts turn into a professional collaboration. So I don't have any scientific answer for it, but I think it's best for the audience to hear an honest answer. Indeed, having a personal brand online has helped me meet new people, expand my network a lot, and that, as James said, creating relationships will eventually some of them will turn into clients and professional collaborations. So it's not necessarily that it's a quantity that's growing as you grow your online presence, but it's maybe the quality of relationships you get to build. And there has been an effect on the clients that I get and the proposals, the job offers that I get, and so on. So I think the bottom line is that getting yourself out there online will indeed help you grow your business, which is kind of obvious, but it's worth restated.
Yeah,
your answers are way better than mine. I'm not digging this at all. I've got to up my game. Come on, James, sort your life out. Let's go.
James, I feel absolutely the same.
Get involved, James. Get involved. Come on, you stupid man. Right, ready.
Awesome. All right, leading into our second question now. If you guys had to start again where you knew no one, how would you differentiate yourself in your personal brand? So James, we might jump back to you. So you're starting again from scratch. What do you do differently? Or maybe you're going to do the same things as before. How are you going to differentiate yourself?
I probably wouldn't do things too much differently, in all honesty. But the one thing I would do is try and be myself sooner, if that makes any sense. You know, I think a lot of people hide behind a facade, especially on social media. You know, maybe portray themselves as something that they're totally not 100% all the time. And I've definitely found traction since becoming slightly more open, or well, slightly more open. I'm pretty bloody open, honest, and you know, all the rest of it. I don't know if we're allowed to swear on this either.
Yeah,
so but yeah, I find kind of I would definitely say to myself, like, as a young, 10 years ago, when I was just starting the online kind of thing, try and be more authentic sooner, because that probably have got me slightly further, so that's what I would do. I would try and be myself quicker, but that's not always super easy. As a young creative growing up, you kind of tend to try and protect yourself a little bit. We don't take criticism too well, but I think as soon as you kind of put more stuff out there, the more you find it's okay, the more videos you do, the easier you find it to do. So I think it's just about trying to be yourself a bit quicker, because then everything's done on your terms as well, isn't it? There's nothing to hide. If people like you, they like you. If they don't, they don't. Sod them. So that's what I would do.
Awesome.
There you
Fantastic. And Alana?
Great advice, James. My answer is somewhere along your line, so I completely relate to what you just said. It's true that if I would do something differently, I would own this account earlier. So by owning this account and my online efforts, I mean, for a long time, I didn't even tell my friends. I couldn't tell my family. I couldn't tell anyone. I kept moving the threshold of followers when I'm going to tell people. So if I ever reach 10K, then I'm going to tell people. And then I reached 10K and I still wouldn't want to tell people, because somehow I felt this, I don't know, it's not necessarily shame, but it's kind of a reluctance into putting yourself out there, everybody knowing what you're doing. Maybe I make a post one day that I'm not gonna like the next week. I don't want everybody to see, everybody that knows me to see it. So I put a wall between my real life and my virtual life, which in the meantime has clearly disappeared. It was impossible not to, but I postponed for a long time the moment when I actually said, hey, this is my project and I love it. And I'm proud of it. And it's me, it's become a part of me. It represents me. I'm authentic on it, and I'm owning it. But for a long time, I kept it secret from everyone I know. And I was very afraid of failure. I was extremely afraid of being wrong. I was extremely stressed out at every post I put out there. That is it the right thing? Is it positioned in the right way? Did I make the right disclaimers? Will people get value out of it, or will it just be some words thrown out there? So it was very stressful, when actually you just have to be brave enough, and like James said, be consistent, do it, put videos, put content, just do it, and be authentic and be yourself, because in the end it's the only thing that will actually differentiate you. So if we're talking differentiators, the personality is the main point that will, because otherwise we can all make the same posts that look the same and are the same graphics and colors and all, but what's different is it's putting our personality in there. So this is what I would do earlier.
Couldn't agree with you more. That's a fantastic point.
Yeah, I lost again, didn't I? Bloody hell. Jesus.
No.
James just saw like a score sheet on the background.
Yeah,
It's like
2-0
2-0
down at the moment. Yeah.
James, this next one's yours.
Got it. Come on, James.
So guys, we're going to jump into some live questions from our audience now. So if anyone in chat who wants to ask a question, !Q in the chat followed by your question, and it will appear on my iPad over here. All right, first one coming in is, I'm sure you guys get this a fair bit in your DMs, which is tips on how to get your first client when you were still building up a portfolio. So what are your recommendations? And I'm happy to start with James again if you'd like.
Maybe I need to go. No, I'm good. I can rock with it.
All right, tips on getting your first client.
I'm always happy losing. It's fine. It's not a problem. So I mean, for me, I've always been a big preacher of doing free work. I think some of my best clients, when I was starting out, I didn't have any work on. I didn't really go into any effort of like creating my own briefs or anything like that. I used to just kind of ask my friends, do free work for people. I say like kind of introduce myself to clients, new clients, via giving them free work, redoing their logo or whatever it is. And funny enough, some of those free logos I did 10 years ago, now I'm still working with those people today, and they've given me tens of thousands of pounds over the last decade. Do you know what I mean? So I think I get, as you just said, I get a lot of DMs. How do I do this? How do I start? And I think it is just about starting, and B, like, don't be scared about doing free work. Don't be scared about, I would prefer to do free work for something that's actually going to be out in the real world, rather than free work that I've made up. At least other eyes are on that. People are seeing it, and people are interacting with it. All it takes is like, oh, who did that? Or this guy did it. You know what I mean? So I don't think people say like free work devalues the creative trade and all the rest. And that's, for me, that's absolute rubbish. You got to do what's right for you at the right time. And as I said, like putting yourself out there, doing these kind deeds for businesses, local businesses. You don't have to go to Nike and redo their logo, for example. Just go to like a local, hairdresser, jeweler, or whatever, and just say, look, can I do your logo for free, or do it for free, and then give it to them and just say, look, I don't want anything for it, but if you like it, use it. And I say, if they do, that's great. Conversations again start, relationships start. And like I said, like some free work I did 10 years ago, I'm still working with these people, and they give me a good chunk of change over the last decade. So yeah, that's my 10 penneth worth. There you go. Enjoy.
Yeah, so I think that indeed, I love the point with the free work being too demonic, made look very the worst thing that the junior designer can do is work for free, never work for free. But the truth is that sometimes in the early days it's really hard to work paid jobs, because clients usually need to have the minimum amount of trust or to see your experience in order to be willing to pay you. So it may be that if you're always gonna wait for paid work, it's never gonna happen. So you just need 1, 2 starting projects to get your hands on, and then show them to the next clients and so on. So for UX designers in specific, because this is what I am able to answer to, I think that I know that it's a big problem to get your first project, right? Because clients won't trust you since you have no experience. It's this vicious circle, and people are very frustrated by it, and it's absolutely normal. And it also annoys me that there are not enough internships. Yeah, exactly. It's funny, but it's frustrating because there's not enough opportunity out there for people just entering the field, when in fact they're the next generation of designers that we should be breeding and encouraging and helping them. So I don't know why people are so afraid to hire junior or very unexperienced designers. I can understand the reasons why, but at the same time, given an opportunity, these people can shine many times. So what I would do if I were in my early days as a designer with no experience, I would try to reach out to a more senior designer. I think the people that are doing freelancing or running their own company, small design agency or something, have more. So if you reach out to someone who's in a big corporate company, they might not be able to bring you on their project as a volunteer because, I don't know, NDAs and stuff like that. But you can reach to freelancers. You can reach out to people who are getting design projects and simply ask them to assist them on that particular project, and support them with whatever, and then just be do the truly mentorship experience, that a very practical one if you want. So reach out to designers. This is the most important point in landing your first job. I know it's hard. I know that you have all the reasons to be shy about it, because in the beginning, in the early days of your career, like James said, you have a lot of self-doubt and you don't really trust yourself and so on. But just be brave. Tell them that you can volunteer on their project or just watch what they're doing and so on. And then maybe in time, by creating a special relationship with someone who's getting projects, you'll be handed off projects and so on. Or the classic internship, but I know that there are not a lot of opportunities out there, so I don't want to advertise it like everybody's getting an internship. It may be that it's gonna be hard to get one.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's important to switch that mindset, especially as like a junior designer, of going, okay, it's less about landing my first client or something like that, and more about learning. So I actually did a exercise when I was probably like 14, 15, 16 years old, where I used to just reach out to different agencies and freelancers and just send them emails and literally go, hey, I'm Ryan, here's my portfolio. I'd love to learn a little bit more about you or your creative director or someone on your design team. I'd love to be up for a quick chat with you guys. And I used to do that for my hometown Melbourne for a couple of years. I just used to send emails, met a ton of people, got a few internships out of it and things of that nature. Even got some clients out of it, literally because I just sent them a cold email and went, hey, I'm Ryan, I'm super passionate, I love to learn. I'd love to learn more about you. And just by doing that exercise consistently for a number of time and contacting literally hundreds of agencies and hundreds of freelancers who are doing what I wanted to do, that was a really great way for me to actually, one, learn what the necessary steps are for me to actually get to where they're going, and two, it built a network, and three, actually landed some projects from that. So that's a fantastic way to start. So that's a very good tip. All right, let's see if we can get some more questions coming in here. As a junior designer, weren't you afraid of building a bad foundation for yourself? This one's a bit more of a personal one. So when you guys were juniors in the field, were you what were you afraid of? Were you afraid of building a bad foundation of education?
I'm gonna take this one, James, first.
Sorry, my phone's going off. I'm trying to turn my phone off.
No, don't worry. No, it's just that I don't.
I didn't even hear the question, so you have to go first.
Yeah. So the question was, if as a junior, you how do you cope with the fear of building a bad foundation for your career? And I want to answer it quickly because I feel very emotional about it. I mean, I can relate to it very much because in the early days of any profession, but maybe particularly as designers, since there's a lot of information floating everywhere, so you have to navigate all the sea of processes, ways of working, artifacts, tools, everything. So there's a lot of variety and complexity and volume of things that you need to navigate. And then this makes you feel like I'm not making any sense of all this. I don't understand what's happening. There are too many things to process at the same. So there's an information overload. And because of that, you tend to feel like you must be doing something wrong. I mean, I must be wrong because there's so much that I don't know, that if I don't know, I know how much I don't know. So probably I'm doing something wrong because I'm not doing that, and I'm not doing design sprints, and I'm not doing this, and so on and so forth. So you live with a constant feeling of self-doubt in your early days, because unless you have a good mentor that's confirmed, that's helping you fight that and trust yourself and cope with this feeling, which is in a way normal. But if you're on your own, you're gonna feel a lot like you must be doing something wrong. And many times you're not doing, nothing is wrong. Learning is positive in any way. Even if you're doing something wrong, at some point you're probably gonna know, hey, I was doing it wrong the entire time. So just relax on being wrong, because this is not the game. So it's not being right or wrong, but you have to always be introspective and talk to other designers to make sure that even if you're doing things in the wrong way, because you haven't had the chance to learn them otherwise, you will be able to correct them along the way. So don't sleep on it and say, okay, I did it like this, it worked, I'm gonna do it like this forever. Then try to always improve and make sure that you're getting feedback on your process, on the way you work, on your attitude, and so on. And then in time, you're probably going to feel more and more confident that you're doing things the right way.
That's awesome. James,
Fantastic. Yeah, I think it's already 3-0. So yeah, what was the question again?
Sure. So as a junior designer, sorry.
Yeah.
James is the funniest guy in the world. I'm so lucky to be on this panel with him.
Well, at least I'm good at something, eh? Jesus.
You get a point for that.
Yeah. Go, hit me.
As a junior designer, were you afraid of building a bad foundation for yourself?
Yeah. Right. Now I can zone in. Yes. I mean, yeah, I think as growing up as I can say as a young creative, you know, I can definitely talk as a logo designer and a brand developer. You know, I think that the biggest problem now is when I was kind of growing up, you know, as a young, like late teen, early 20s, you know, and even earlier than like 15, 16 at school, you know, creativity wasn't really a valid career path. You know, it wasn't really shouted about, it wasn't really talked about. You could, you know, art was more of a hobby, and then you do something proper like geography or something else like that. So I mean, creativity was always given quite a bad rep, especially art and all the rest of it when I was younger. So you're automatically on the defensive, kind of going into a creative community as a young designer, and you worry about the quality of the stuff you're sharing. You're thinking it's not good enough. And the problem is with like social media nowadays, like creativity has become a competition. That's the biggest issue I find with the creative community nowadays. You know, it's very different from what it was 10 years ago. You know, now it's very much like creatives dissing on other creatives. You know, that never used to happen. Well, it used to happen, but it never used to be so apparent. You know what I mean? So, and I think what that has actually done is it's stopped people sharing the stuff that they want to share for fear of, you know, what would you call it? Character assassination, or you're not good enough, or this isn't good. You know, you're doing it wrong. You're using this wrong, and blah 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 blah. And I think that's the biggest problem. Is people are now scared to share their stuff. And you know, like I said in one of my recent posts, like every good designer started off as a shit one. You know, and that is true worldwide. You know, nobody just woke up one day and was a genius. Do you know what I mean? So, well, some people are. That's a stupid comment because some people are. But you know, when on the most, you know, yeah. So basically, I think it's important to understand that there is a process of there's a process of what the stuff you design. There's a process there, but there's also a process of becoming a designer and becoming a good designer, becoming an average designer. You know, everybody like I only was saying, but like mentorships. You know, what happens would usually is like you'd start at the bottom and you'd work your way up. You know, and that's exactly the same for creativity. You know, it needs training, it needs work. And you know, you have to be a junior designer to be a midweight designer to be a executive designer. There is a natural progression that does happen. So I think allowing yourself to make mistakes, allowing yourself to be wrong, and also being okay with it, I think is probably the most powerful tool any young creative can have. You know, allowing yourself to fail. You know, I've failed. You know, I was going to swear again, but I'm not going to. You know, I failed a lot. But you know, all those failures, you know, tend to make the person that you are. And I say it's tough taking criticism. I still don't like taking criticism. I don't mind constructive criticism, but if somebody just goes, "Oh, that's crap," you know, that's like, well, that doesn't help me, does it? You know, I think allowing yourself to be wrong, allowing yourself to fail, and allowing yourself to know that that's okay. But I think that also comes with confidence, age. You know, as you get older, you tend to not give two hoots what other people think. And I know that's more difficult as a mid-20 teenager than it is a, you know, almost 40-year-old. So I think it's kind of, I did myself injustice. I'm 36. I'm only just over the precipice. But you know, I think it's, I think allowing yourself to fail and being okay with failing is probably one of the best things you can learn as a creative. That's what I would say. I think that answered the question I didn't listen to very well. So I hope that helps.
I think that covers it perfectly. All right, next question is, how do you stand out and be different as a designer? Fairly
I'll take
broad,
it.
but we'll start with Anna.
Yeah. So I think that standing out and being different shouldn't be the goal of the things that you're doing necessarily. So it's gonna be a byproduct of putting your personality out there. So like I said in one of my earlier answers, I think that what differentiates you in this sea of designers and the great qualities they have and storytelling abilities and what they show in social media from their project, what will differentiate you is your personality. So if you're able to communicate your own qualities, your own set of attributes that make you who you are, and be and own them and be confident about them, then being perceived as different and standing out will just be a byproduct, will result from showing yourself as who you are. And I think that this is the future of the design industry, if you want. So authenticity and personality and honesty and not going in the norm necessarily. So we're just gonna do what everybody else is doing. Just being yourself, that's what's gonna make you stand out.
That's an awesome response. All right, James, here's your chance to get on the board.
I'm about to leave. I'm about to leave. So what was the question? How would you stand out? Is that it?
Yeah.
So I'm just listening to our answers, thinking I can't beat that. But you know, I think I do believe that I do believe we both kind of chatted about it already. I think the best way to stand, I mean, there is only one of you in this world. I mean, that's a great way of standing out. So remember that. But there's also other things like work ethic. You know, talent can only get you so far. You know, I wasn't personally the most talented designer. There were people way better than me at school at art, way better than me at design at university, way better than me at my first agency job. But I bust my gut way more than all of them. Do you know what I mean? And that's probably got me to where I am. And I think, as I said, talent can only get you so far. Work ethic will get you the rest of the way. Because there's a lot of people sitting on some great talent doing, you know, bugger all. So remember that. And I think going back onto Iona's, but I really believe that kindness is going to be, you know, a massive attribute moving forward for any human, people want to work with people. So for example, if I was an agent, within my agency, if somebody was coming to me and they, somebody had a great portfolio but was an idiot, and I had somebody who didn't have a great portfolio but was a really nice person, I'd choose the really nice person. Do you know what I mean? People want to work with, humans want to work with humans, basically. So I think always putting yourself first, putting yourself in front of you. I mean, there's a lot of great designers out there, and they're not putting themselves in front of their brand. And I think that's another issue. I know this comes down to confidence. I know this comes down to being scared of putting yourself out there. But like me and Ione have said, you've got to, if you want to become something, you've got to own it. You've got to really be the face of it. You've got to control it. And you've got to be willing to take the good days and the bad days. Being yourself, being kind, and work ethic, I think, are three very important things that, will embed you within a community and get you engaged with the right people. And if you're super honest with yourself, that you'll attract the right people as well. I think that's another important thing. I'm starting to babble now, but I think that's a good one. I think that's good.
Yeah. And just smile too. That's my advice.
Thanks,
Smile and get you a lot further than what you would think. Something I've picked up over the years anyway.
Yeah. But you've got to show your face to see the smile, haven't you? That's the other thing. Yeah. Nice smile, by the way, Ryan.
Oh, thank you. It does get compliments.
Yeah.
All right. Next question. How important were your relationships, whether that be spouses, significant others, family members, to the journey of actually building your business and platforms as a creative? Who would like to start?
I can go if you like.
All right.
It's about my turn, isn't it? So, I mean, as I said, like as a creative, my parents were always very supportive of me. So I love them to pieces. I've got to say thank you to them first of all, because, of the teachers, growing up, let's say creativity wasn't really something that you do, as it was like a hobby. So they were always super supportive of me. My wife's a very good grounder. Sometimes I'll write a post and she'll go, "You cannot say that." There's being honest and real, but then there's being a twat. So she's always a good kind of common, a good platform, a good seesaw. That's what she is. She's a good seesaw. Don't tell her I said that, but that's what she is. But I think it's also important to, surround yourself with the right people as well. I think it's something that you don't tend to think about too much, but as you get older, you start to realize how some relationships do affect your progression. So that's something that I've realized nowadays is like surrounding myself with the right type of people, driven, motivated, generally people who own their own stuff, because sometimes it's better to be in a group of people where you've all got common goals. You can all push each other, like you can call them like accountability partners or whatever, but jumping on a chat, I'm luckily quite good friends with Tom Ross. I get to jump on a call with him every now and again, and we just kind of basically set the dial straight, what's going on, what you're doing, what's moving, blah blah. And that's a really good motivator for me, and I think vice versa for him. Totally different people, but very common goals and very similarly driven. So that's something I would say to any creative, is try and surround yourself with, or anybody that doesn't have to be creative, anybody who's business wise or business minded, surround yourself with people. I always say, find someone that you can teach, someone that you can learn from, and someone that's on your same level. So try and surround yourself with these three people. If you got those three people in your life, you're always going to be giving, you're always going to be getting, you're always going to be growing. So yeah, that's my answer. And now master answer can go.
James, I'm gonna go with my self-esteem.
Go.
The sky, through the roof here. Thank you. I feel like I'm on my own coaching session.
I'll be anybody's cheerleader, mate. You don't worry about that.
Okay, so I loved your answer. I think you give the best answer. This is my honest opinion. I want to continue along those lines. I love the fact that you have clarity in terms of having someone to learn from, someone to teach, and someone who's on the same level of your journey, same point. I think that indeed what I've been trying to do for the past years and has worked for me very well is regularly try to meet up with people that, like you said, I admire or are doing something similar to myself, other designers, people who are further on in their career. And I've tried to always cultivate this routine, if you want. It's like sometimes I'm not very social and I just want to not meet people, but then I force myself, hey, I haven't spoken to a designer in a long time. I should be talking to other designers. And then and then I reach out to them and invite them over for coffee. And this is easier if you're in a design community. Maybe not everybody has the luxury of having people in their city or area, but it can even be Zoom now that the whole world is going more and more digital. So it's super important. It exercises your conversation muscle. You build a discourse. You understand what other people are struggling with, and which helps you understand your own struggles better. And so it's essential to talk to people. So yeah, the kind of environment that you create for yourself will have a deep impact on how you shape your professional persona, if you want. In terms of my own personal journey, because I don't want to answer only generic, I want to be personal. The thing is that Romania, the country that I am living in and was born in, is a country that has a communist past where people kind of, my parents had this very scared way of seeing life. So they're very anxious people. And if they don't understand the profession, then it must be wrong to pursue it. So they always try to turn me into a lawyer or an architect or maybe a doctor. And so when I try to push towards creative areas, they were like, oh my God, you're not going to be able to eat. You won't have money to buy clothes. Don't do that. It's the worst mistake of your life. So I never had support from them in this way because they didn't understand. It was not because they were mean or had a bad intention behind it. It was just because of the world this country lived in the past 50 years or more. They were very scared of not having a proper profession. Yeah. So but now that they see me happy and they see me thriving as a designer, they're absolutely thrilled. So it was for the best that I was able, not from the beginning, actually in my early 20s, I wasn't able to confront them. So I started working in a bank. I became an economist. I was doing things that didn't actually represent my personality just to make sure that they feel good and they're at ease with what's happening with my life. But then after approaching my 30s, I mean 25, maybe around there, I started owning myself and becoming more and more powerful in voicing the fact that I want to do something else. So I want to do something that's creative. I want to do social media. I want to do things that scare you guys, but I believe in them. And James, you were mentioning the fact that your wife acts as a gatekeeper of the messages you put out there, and that she's always valuable because you can have this conversation and so on. And this is something that has helped me a lot with UX Goodies. My partner in the beginning was more excited than I was with this account. So it was very funny that he woke up every morning and the first thing that he did was check the followers on UX Goodies. How many followers has UX Goodies acquired overnight? Yeah. And I was like, oh my God, come on. It's so silly. It's just an Instagram account. But for him, he was showing support, and this has kept me on track in the early days when I wasn't very motivated because I didn't really see the value in putting content every day out there for what. But his enthusiasm kind of, so it's really important to surround yourself with people who support what you do. This is the bottom line.
Awesome.
All right, so we have time for a couple more questions. Someone asked though, and we'll get this answered real quick. It's more of a statement than a question. Someone asked, can James be my cheerleader?
Sure.
No. Oh, it was Miriam Marsak, I've been told.
Well, was it? I mean, I'm already Miriam's cheerleader.
Give me a no. Give me an O.
Give me an O.
Give me an E. Give me an
O.
O.
The poor. She will never live that Oreo question down. I'll tell you. Never. But yeah, Miriam, just DM me, mate, or call me. You know where I am.
Awesome. Next question. If you weren't a designer, what would have you been?
Ooh.
That'd be a tough one.
I probably would have tried to pursue sport a bit more as
What
a
sport?
as a young. Believe it or not, before I got fat, bearded, and chubby, I used to be quite a good sportsman. So yeah, I used to kind of play. I was captain of the rugby, captain of the cricket, tennis, hockey, county, and all the rest of it. So, but the problem is, when I got to 16, I found girls and beer, and then kind of just kind of a slow downhill from there. But so that's probably what I probably would have done is probably put a kind of what do you call it, put myself more into that kind of zone, kind of tried harder, probably committed slightly more to that, because I mean, at the moment, obviously I've got baby giant, but at the moment it's 3 months, nobody's been in and out of the office or anything like that, so it's and also there's only just me and my business partner Adi who kind of run it, so it's always just like me and him. Whereas I do love that kind of team camaraderie, building people up, and especially being the captain of those teams and taking on that role of leader and guide and all the rest of it. So, and also you used to be really fit, now I struggle to get out of my chair. So, that's probably what I would do. I'd try and be a sportsman again. That's what I would do.
If you had to choose one sport, what would it be?
Oh, I was better at cricket, but I would choose rugby.
Okay.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah. I can crack out some old sports photos somewhere.
Please.
Yeah.
Alana?
Yeah, so in line with my previous answer, I always had this artistical side to me. So as a child, I used to paint, draw, dance, sing, do all this creative things, even stand up and so on. So I was very much trying to create stuff as a child, but then I got very discouraged and got myself hired in a bank. And so I started at 20 years old working in a bank, but in the worst place that you can work in a bank, in the call center, where you can imagine that angry people that have problems with their cards or money or transfers and so on call all day to yell. Basically, this is what I was doing. Therapy with my clients, with the bank's clients, because they weren't actually even my clients. That would have been better. And so I would have, I think that if design wouldn't have appeared in my life, like this very fascinating light that I was drawn to, I would have probably still been in a bank doing something that was not call center, happily, because I managed to move out of it after 1 or 2 years. But something that would be just a corporate job, very boring, and I wouldn't have been a very happy person like I am today. But the main message here, I think, is that you should be brave enough to pursue what makes you happy, because otherwise life really happens while you're thinking about stuff, and then you'll realize that there have been 20 years, 30 years where you've done the same thing because it was comfortable, or because it felt safe, or because it was what you learned how to do and just did that. And then time flies, and I worked in the same bank for 10 years. So it's not I mean, I'm in my 30s. It's a long time to have to be in the same company.
Sure.
So that's why what I've learned is that you have to be brave and cut things that don't make you happy, and go for the things that make you happy, even if they seem impossible to get. I think that if you're consistent and doing continuous efforts towards them, you're gonna get there eventually.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
P.S. There's nothing wrong with being in your 30s. I don't know. Everybody, 30s is the new teenager, I hear. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I feel the same.
Yeah.
We're the same age.
Yeah. Same age,
Someone wants to know, actually, for you, James, were you a bowler or were you a batsman?
I was an all-rounder, mate. I used to open the bowling and bat 3. So there you go.
Very nice.
Open the bowling, seam up, in swing, nice open action. Yeah, that's sorry. I still play cricket today, actually. I
really?
still play for like the local
awesome.
village side. Although our kind of season's been stopped this year, obviously due to COVID. But yeah, I've given up the bowling side of it because there's too much running. So now I just bat. So it's good.
Exactly. Awesome. All right, guys, we might finish up there. Now, this is your opportunity to give you guys a selfish plug. So we'll go through one at a time. You got about 30 seconds to tell people where they can find you and where they can connect with you online. Alana, we'll start with you. Where can people find you?
Well, primarily my home is on Instagram at UX Goodies, which is one word, UX Goodies.
It's up on the screen.
And I don't know how to spell it.
Yeah, you just
I
did.
don't even know if
Yeah.
it's necessary. Okay, and also if anyone wants to reach out to me on LinkedIn, you're gonna see my name on UX Goodies, because even if I say it now, probably being a Romanian name, it's gonna be hard to remember or understand. So add me on LinkedIn as well, because over there it's a bit more quiet and we can have more of a conversation than on Instagram, where I'm trying to keep up with the messages, but maybe James will confirm that it's hard to keep up with all the messages. And also, if everybody wants to join my Slack community, send me a private message or I'll post the link in my stories, because I've created this UX Goodies Slack community for people to be able to conversate between themselves and not just be this unidirectional, I'm sharing something that you react to, but more of a dialogue and getting to know people and actually build a network. So these are the top 3 locations that I would say people reach me out at.
That's awesome. That's super cool.
Good.
And
Right.
James?
I'm over there. Yeah, so mine would be obviously made by James, made.by.james on Instagram. You can also, I drop an email every Sunday on my newsletter. You can just go to logoblackbook.com and sign up, and I've got loads of free cool stuff there as well. And yeah, that's like another little community that I've set up for logo designers and creators and all the rest of it. But yeah, also madebyjames.co website if you want to chat to me there. But I mean, DM on Instagram is tough to kind of get through them, like I was saying, but I will always get through them. So if anybody has any questions, hit me up. You know, I'm always kind of around. So there you go.
That's awesome.
Take it.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute blast, and I wish you very best for the rest of your day.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, everyone who joined.
Thanks, guys.
Ta-ta.
Bye.
All right, so everybody in the chat, make sure you go follow those 2. Their links will hopefully be in the chat or somewhere like that, or someone from our attendees will be able to drop it in the chat. That'd be super grateful. And if you guys are taking photos, taking notes, showing videos, make sure you use the hashtag Frontrow2020 and tag us at Pitchproof. And also tag the speakers. They love to see it. And I know that you guys go crazy with it, which we absolutely love. I love absolutely sharing them back onto our story on Instagram and retweeting it on Twitter and on LinkedIn too. So thank you guys so much for doing that. All right, so we're going to take another quick 5-10 minute break. And then we're going to be back on with Brandon Gross and Tom Ross. And I believe, if I look at my questions here, so we're going to be talking a bit about personal branding again, as well as launching a creative business/product. I'm super excited for this one. Both Tom and Brandon are really cool dudes, and they're always up for a fun conversation. So I know we're going to have an absolute blast. So stay tuned. Do not go anywhere, and we will be back very, very soon. Stay safe.
each other. Tears in our eyes from the words we said. Yeah, it kinda broke my heart. Loving you is not so goddamn easy as you think. I'm trying my best to hold on, but I feel myself giving. You know that we shouldn't keep it up like this. We hurt each other's feelings on and on. I don't wanna change who you are. The things you say is always one step too far. But I know that I've played my part. I'm hurting you as well. I guess that we should say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. I guess that we should say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. We pick up the pieces and start again. Don't give up, we're holding on. For what it's worth, I'll try to change. We can't fix our broken hearts. Loving me is not so goddamn easy as I think. You try your best to hold up, but I see you giving in. You know that we shouldn't keep it up like this. We hurt each other's feelings on and on. I don't wanna change who you are. The things you say is always one step too far. But I know that I've played my part. I'm hurting you as well. I guess that we should say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. I guess that we should say we're sorry. Say we're sorry.
G'day guys, welcome back to Front Row 2020. I'm Ryan Hayward, your host, CEO of Pitchproof. I'd like to welcome our guests now. We've got Tom Ross and Brandon Groves. How are you guys going?
More attractive than last time I saw you.
I forgot the audio.
What's going
Oh,
on?
no. Alright, so our skit went horrible because we forgot the audio.
No, forgot the Tom and Brandon.
Only you guys. Only you guys. Ben still made an appearance, so shout out to Ben. Alright guys, so welcome back to Front Row 2020. We have Tom Ross and Brandon Groves here. Excuse me. Super fun to do a quick skit with them, and shout out to Ben, our production assistant on the team, for jumping in on that one. Like I've said to these guys, our entire team is very sleep deprived, so we're just trying to make it through the best we can. All right, so we, like I mentioned, we are joined with Brandon Groves and Tom Ross. So Brandon, give us a wave.
What's going on, guys?
And Tom, how are you doing?
I'm very good, Ryan. Good to see you again, buddy.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. So I will get you guys to do a quick 30-second introduction to our audience for those who don't know you. So Brandon, let's start with you. Give yourself a little, selfish plug and tell people
Just
who
a
you
little.
are.
All right, word. What's going on, guys? I am your favorite designer and hype beast. Basically, I show people how to, not only what the hottest shit on the internet is in regards to design, but how to make it. Other than that, I work a lot with Adobe to create content for Adobe XD, as you can see, not sponsored, but sponsored. But other
Thanks
than
for the
that, that's
description.
pretty much what I do.
That's awesome. And Tom?
Yeah, again, great to be back on Front Row. For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm the founder and CEO at designcuts.com, one of the biggest creative marketplaces in the world. Long-time entrepreneur and creative. So I've done all kinds of ventures over the years, but I've been going 20 years at this stuff. I freaking love helping other creatives with their business and marketing struggles.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Actually, Tom, you appeared on Front Row on day one. You did a workshop, and then we did a game of Scribble where we gave away a bunch of prizes, and we basically had 450 people watching us draw cats. Badly.
I didn't realize how talented we were, Ryan, until I saw it. But you know,
Well, actually, that session actually blew up, and I think the YouTube algorithm picked it up because we actually had 106,000 impressions on that live stream, which was insane. So
wow,
props
that's
to
nuts.
us and our drawing. All right, so I have a couple of questions to kick it off here, and then I'm going to open up the board to everyone watching. So if you guys want to ask these two a question, just !Q in the chat, followed by your question. All right, let's get into it. Question number one is, what should I do before I launch my creative business / product? I'll get Tom to start us off here. So what are your thoughts?
Okay, so I've got 4 parts to this answer. The first part is you need to look at your market research. And this is something Mike Jander and I talk about all the time on the podcast. You need to figure out, what are you selling? Who are you trying to reach? Who are you trying to sell to? Who's your market? What is the lay of the land? Who are your competitors? You need to figure that stuff out. Otherwise, you're going to jump blind into a market and have no idea how you're going to position yourself. Step 2 is position yourself. So you need to think about things like differentiation, your value proposition, i.e., how am I going to stand out in a positive way? How am I going to do a better job than the existing competitors in that space? How am I going to cut through the noise and become the best possible option for the market and audience I'm trying to serve? And then the third point is you need to think about a minimum viable product and trying to validate this idea as quickly and cheaply as possible. So don't spend a year building something only to show it to this market and they are kind of apathetic about it. Try and get something out that's good, but relatively simple, almost like a prototype, just so you can gauge market response and then iterate and adapt from there. And then finally, step 4 is try and have some kind of launch event, because launching cold will generally get crickets. Try and build up some hype and anticipation before the fact, turn it into some kind of interactive community-based event. And that's going to really give you a lot more legs and reach around launching this thing and give it the greatest chance of success. And, you know, I did every single one of these steps launching my company, and it certainly does work very effectively.
That's awesome. Brandon?
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback off that hard because I really don't like to complicate things. And I think your 4-point, like, step by step, it's really that really explains what I like to do. I use different words like watch, what exactly, like who are you trying to serve? How can you serve them with your particular skill set or expertise? And then plan in which, how to do that. And just how you said, you need to validate what your product is. There's been so many times where I have not in the beginning, like not validated what I'm going to do. I'm just like throwing things at the wall, and it's so much wasted time. If I just, from that first part, watching who are the people I'm trying to serve, what are the three things or the main thing that I'm trying to, or that I can actually add value to their life with, and then figure out whether or not they actually would pay for that service or even want to entertain that idea that I have. So I think those are really big things, like watching, which is like understanding what you can bring to the table if people actually want that, and who your competitors are in that space. I think it's a really simple equation that you laid out, Tom. So thank you.
Thanks, man.
But I don't think I can add anything else to that except like watch, validate, and basically plan. Like there's a lot more planning than just like creating something amazing and then having people come in to buy it. It's a lot of understanding what's happening around you and planning accordingly.
That's awesome. So a bit of a follow-up to that is, what are some ways to actually validate your product ideas, business ideas? Tom, we might jump back to you for this one. Validation, what's the best way to tackle it?
Yeah, like I say, using a minimum viable product, which is that kind of prototype, simplest way, just get something out there to your audience, community, or the wider market, and try and gauge a response. And if the response is good, that's the validation you're looking for. And there's 100 different ways to do this. So Tim Ferriss did this by running Facebook ads, where he would set up a bunch of different landing pages for different ideas he had. He'd run a small amount of money with ads pushing to those landing pages, and he'd see how many signups he could get off each one. That gave him very clear data. No one gives a crap about this one, but this is the clear favorite. And I do this all the time with everything. So with my private Facebook group, I didn't just go and put in the work to create the group. I included in my newsletter and said, respond to this email if you're interested in a Facebook group. I got a record number of people responding saying, hell yes. And that made me certain that when I rolled out the Facebook group, it would attract a good response, and it did. So what validation is about is reducing risk. You're not going in thinking, I hope this works, but I have no idea. Your community's already told you very emphatically that they're into this thing. And so you can launch with a degree of confidence.
For sure. Definitely. Brandon?
Yeah, and just like Tom was saying, there's like a million ways to do this. He did it through email. You can do this through like Instagram polls, like whatever. All you're trying to do is the people that I already have in my audience, are they going to like this or are they not going to like it? And just constantly, to me, it's a simple equation. Are people getting people? It's like UX, right? Are people actually going to like what I'm going to end up creating? It's pointless to create the thing and be like, do you guys like this? Because you might get a no and then you just wasted all this time. So a million ways to do it. You just got to figure out, do I have to go and talk to these people like one-to-one? How do you have access to these people? That will answer the question of how you can validate that. Word of mouth, talking to people one-to-one, Instagram polls, like Tom said, email. You just got to get to the people and ask them those questions to validate what you're trying to do.
That's it. Don't overcomplicate it. All right, let's pivot to the conversation of personal branding now. Now, I want to ask you guys, how has building a personal brand online leveraged your creative business? So obviously, Tom, that might be your personal branding, what you're doing with the business side there, or it might be design cards. So let's start with you on this one. What are your thoughts?
I think it's enormously powerful for the reason that people generally like dealing with people. And so whether it's B2C, business to customer, or business to business, I always try and think about the people behind those. So invariably it ends up coming down to people to people. And when you become a bit of a face, when you have a personality, often that kind of does come from the leader or the founder of an organization. That's a really powerful thing because people can connect to a human being easier in most cases than they can a brand. And this is why many of the world's biggest brands, look at like Apple with Steve Jobs, for example, Tesla with Elon Musk, they become synonymous with the brand, the founder. And, this applies to the design community as well. So I've seen a lot of traction where many of our competitors were completely faceless. I was very happy to kind of be the face of the company. And we see that with Christo and the future. Can you imagine the future without Chris? He's so intrinsically tied and woven into that brand. And without Chris being the face, if it was just a random host every week, it would not have the same amount of clout. So, there's, again, hundreds of benefits to personal branding, but for me, it really comes down to that human approach and what that does to how the market perceives you, as well as the networking opportunities that it kind of brings to the table. Because I know when I was trying to kind of reach out and business develop behind my logo, I found it a lot tougher compared to when I do it via my personal brand and I'm a real, guy, not a logo. I can make friends, I can make connections, I can get intros infinitely easier.
I think that's why our Instagram at PitchProof is got such good engagement, such a good community, is because I try to put my face behind it as much as possible. So in the carousels, you always see my face. In the stories, you always see my face, even though, our icon and logo is the PitchProof actual logo and there's no face to it. There's a lot of other ways to actually connect a person and a human to that. And I think that's why on PitchProof we have such a loving community. So Brandon, time to weigh in.
Yeah, and I'm gonna piggyback off of what Chris Do it basically has, and I'm gonna expand this out to why having a personal brand is so important. Because not only the future has the clout that Chris Do has, like he as a person has clout. He can stay at the future, he can move to something else, but the people that are in his audience and that care about him personally, if he just hops, people will care about those things as well. That carries he carries a community with him. Same thing with Elon Musk. He's got Boring Company, he's got Tesla, he's got what's the thing that he shoots rockets into the sky? SpaceX. He's got that going on.
Where you shoot rockets into the sky.
I was like, it has to do something with space. But I digress. Anyway, what I'm saying is that, like, even for me personally, like being a face or an ambassador of XD helps me, like, even with my personal brand, even before I started working with Adobe, those numbers, the expertise, how I talk, showcasing the skills of being a good host, like those are just things that attract people in terms of, okay, this person can actually host a show, they can provide, they're really good at showcasing our product, all right, let's bring them in, and they also have an audience. Great. So that was one of the things between why I got to work with Adobe versus other people. Not only do I have the skills, I can host, I can do interviews, and I can talk about the product, but I also come along with a group of basically a large audience. So people who are way more qualified than me when it comes to like tech expertise, like there's so many people out there who are way more qualified than me skill wise, but because I have a large audience and that audience comes along because they like what we have going on, Adobe gets to benefit from that as well. And as I work for Adobe and other people that I'm talking with, like whether it's other plugin platforms that work alongside and partner with Adobe, it's easy for me to talk to them because they see my face on Adobe Live, they've seen my content with Adobe, and they're like, oh, we've seen you, we know your work. It's easier to get in the door with them rather than not having an audience, not being seen working with other brands that are very similar to their product or companies that they work with for their product. So being a personal or having a personal brand and having an audience is extremely beneficial. Like it could make the difference between like not getting a job and getting a job. It makes a huge difference, and it's a big thing to leverage to get into the door a lot of the times. So that's how it's helped me.
Can I piggyback on that, Ryan, super quick? Because I love what Brandon just shared. So think of, to use an analogy, you've got Cristiano Ronaldo. He is a personal brand. He gets all kinds of sponsorships. He's actually the highest paid influencer on Instagram in the world by a long way. He like drowns out the Kardashians and everyone else. I think he gets like $45 million a year in sponsorships. So insane, right? So I believe he plays for Juventus currently, and they obviously have their own brand. They run like a business. They attract a lot of money through the club, but completely separate and independent of that, he has become his own brand. So he could never, be connected to any club for the rest of his life, and he would be fine because he could take that brand, take that power and that reputation that he's built and that audience around himself and pivot and do anything. So I think it gives tremendous freedom. And that for me is a smart move for any entrepreneur, as opposed to just being tied to one specific company or organization. And as Brandon alluded to, it makes you kind of a living, breathing resume that's organic and ever changing, right? It can get you in the door. You command reputation. It's just a hugely powerful thing in 2020.
That's awesome. All right, so now we're going to jump to some live questions for our audience. Quick reminder for everyone watching, if you want to ask these two legends a question, exclamation mark Q in the chat followed by your question. All right, first one coming in is, do you have multiple income streams? And if so, what are they? Tom, we might start with you on this one.
Yeah, sure. So with my company, we do have multiple income streams. Some are obviously bigger than other. I think last time I checked, it was like approaching 10, something like that. But obviously we have the kind of backbone. With my personal brand, I currently have my coaching. I've got a small amount of affiliate stuff on the side of that. But I am definitely a believer in diversifying. I think it can be a really powerful thing. And especially when some of them become more passive and in the background. The dream is if some of your kind of additional income streams can cover your overheads and cover your costs, then you're golden, because then everything on top of that with your core kind of revenue stream, is just pure profit and can really drive your business forward.
That's awesome. Brandon, model income streams.
Definitely. Yeah, we have, just like Tom, we have about 5. We have our mentoring stuff. We have affiliate marketing. I do sponsor content when I'm working with other brands, and I also create content specifically for the brands that I work with that doesn't have my face. So it's like client work, my own personal influencer stuff, affiliate marketing, and mentoring stuff also. So
isn't it nice though, Brandon? Because like if one of them went away, you'd be fine.
Exactly. And my affiliate marketing the last 2 months has like covered my rent and my food.
Nice.
So what you're
That's
saying,
amazing.
yeah. So what you're saying is 100% true. Like everything on top, I'm just, raking in.
That's it. That's the best way to be. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. All right, next question coming in. How much of your person should you show in your personal brand, aka your skill set, hobbies, families? How do you decide what to actually put out there?
You want to jump in first, Brandon?
Yeah, sure. That's a really good question, because I've gotten asked, and it's all about what your goal is. I feel like there's quite a few people who show their skill set and what they do really well, in addition to their personal life. I'm crazy as F in real life. I'm not sure the internet can handle that. That's a lot of Instagram stories.
Wait, you mean you're more crazy than the version of you that I know?
No, that's about the messages that we have together. That's about it. That's
okay.
But just imagine that.
I was scared.
Like 20 stories. Like that's just me talking to you.
Okay.
When I gotta go to the bathroom, everybody knows.
Anyway, that's right.
I digress.
I
That's
do
not
remember
for
sharing something on my story a couple of weeks ago, and you're like, "Oh no, just hold on, let me go shower."
I'm just very, very open. So it's like I don't know how open the people who are in our community are open to me being that open. I know, so I have to be cautious. I know I'm comfortable being like that, but I'm not entirely sure. And that could just be an insecurity of mine. Like, I might not be accepted in that way, but it's difficult. I'd rather people focus on what it seems that people get a lot of value out of. And that's like how to do X, Y, and Z in design, or what you should, how to create a portfolio. And if you're not doing any real work, like just the videos that I make, like I would rather watch that, a very specific thing. What is the coolest design, how to actually do it, and have tutorials like that. I don't want to see that and then be like, Brandon's got to go to the bathroom and it's Tuesday. Like we don't need that. We don't need that personal life in there.
Yeah, the world needs it. So just to kind of add to that, I'm a huge believer in it. My personal brand is the honest entrepreneur. So clearly I'm a huge believer in just openness and transparency. But I think the answer is whatever you're comfortable with. So
Yeah.
even, for example, Gary Vaynerchuk, he's not splashing his family and his loved ones all over his feed. He never shares that stuff. He keeps it very private out of respect for them. I guess I kind of operate in a similar way. I'm not sharing my family and my loved ones, but I'm pretty open about everything else. And I think there is a lot of power in that. And it's what boils down to what I like to call macro branding and micro branding. So if macro branding is like the professional thing that you're known for, that core kind of thing, then the micro branding is the small moments, it's the personal traits, it's the idiosyncrasies, and little parts of your personality that you choose to share with the world. And they can be just as powerful because people really resonate with them, right? There's a ton of people that connect with The Rock because they love like his cheat meals and the fact he loves drinking tequila and stuff like that. That's not his core thing he's known for, but people do kind of key into those little personal things you share with the world. And the more you share, the more options there are for commonalities to occur within your audience. If you keep your cards super close to your chest and you're a very private person, they will only be able to kind of connect on a surface level, much the same as, Brandon, when I talk to you, if we were both like very reticent and reserved, we wouldn't really be able to get that close, but we're both open as hell. So it's very easy to forge that connection.
No.
That's awesome. Next question coming in is, excuse me, if you were not doing what you were doing now, what would you be doing? Might require some thinking, but Braden seems to be.
I'd be dead.
Yeah, that's a hard question because I'm curious to hear what you say, Tom, because I'd be trying to do it anyway. That's just like,
honestly, my truth is like, this is it. There's no other option. I can only really be an entrepreneur if I key into like the stuff that I really enjoy, maybe at a stretch, a teacher, something like that, because I think it could be super rewarding. When you have that teacher and you're like, holy crap, they were my favorite teacher and they really changed my life. Yeah. If you can be that person for a few people, I think that would be pretty awesome.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Brandon?
But we got the internet now. That's what I don't know. I don't like questions like that because that puts us in a pigeonhole. And I'm just like, I'm trying to do what I'm trying to do. I don't care about the restraints you put on it. I'm gonna try to do it anyway.
That's amazing.
So I'm not sure if I can answer that question.
In the words of Christina Aguilera, you cannot hold him down.
You cannot hold me down.
Wait, is that Aguilera? I think it is.
I have no idea.
We'll go with it.
We're gonna fact check that one. Pretty sure it is. Aguilera.
I'm sure everyone in the chat will probably be doing that. All right. This one's fairly broad, but I think it's important. What is your definition of success?
Happiness primarily, and then tied with that, doing good in the world. Because I know it's definitely not money. Otherwise, I go work in like the finance sector or something, or I'd operate in a much more kind of ruthless, money-driven way. I just like helping people and putting good out there. I like the self-development and progress that comes along with that, and I just like being happy and working with people that are happy and positive vibes. Basically, I think it's as simple as that.
That's it.
I would agree with a lot of that, but I have two very specific things. They must be in this equation. I get to pick when I go to bed and when I wake up. Those are part of my happiness. Like back when I was in a job and I had to wake up at the same freaking time for the same freaking people that I know I was gonna curse out loud and in my head. Those are two very important things for me for freedom. Like getting to choose what I want to do and when. That's like success to me, but I guess people are like, that's the definition of freedom anyway. But that and like Tom said, having positive people in your life as well. That's it. Sleep happy, wake up happy, happy people.
So what time
and make people smile. That's it. We're breaking up. What's happening?
What time are we waking up in the morning and going to bed, Brandon?
Well, today I woke up 15 minutes before front row, scared, and texting you. I was prepared. I was preparing in my dream state. Like, what are you gonna say to this group of people? We had to go in the hyperbolic time chamber and train.
right, that's awesome. This next question's a little bit of a funner one. If you could be stranded on an island with one designer, who would it be? Or one creative friend?
It's tricky. Definitely not Mike Jander.
People are gonna serve
Mike will
the
drive over with a
reference.
boat anyway. He'll come visit.
For anyone that doesn't have context, I love Mike, really.
Yeah.
He's just so damn handsome. Can't compete.
And they do a podcast together. Let's check it out.
I don't know. Maybe like Lisa Gland that I do my other podcast with is super sweet, and I've met Ian and met Dustin as well. And yeah, maybe Lisa because she's like delightful.
That's awesome. I'd say Brandon. I feel like we wouldn't last very long, but we'd have a good time.
Oh shit! I should have said Brandon. How
Yeah.
rude is that? Yeah, Brandon too.
You guys would find me somehow dead in like the island forest. Like I can't survive out there. Because I thought you were about to say not a designer. If you had to bring one thing to the island, I'm like a boat. That's because we going back. Another designer, somebody that can swim and that has survivability. I don't know. Someone who can help get the Wi-Fi on the island.
I'm imagining you building a raft out of Ryan's body, Brandon, at this point. So, like,
all right, that got dark. But what's it called? I don't know. A designer. The first person that came to mind, I'm not sure if you guys know her, but she's called the Oprah of LinkedIn. Her name is Goldie. I don't know. There's very few people that can take me in large doses, and I can take them in large doses. 'Cause I just have a lot of energy, and I'm trying to do something like a lot of the time, and that overwhelms people. So I don't know. It'll either just be let me chill by myself, and have access to my phone so I can talk to who I want. But I don't know. Maybe let's change the scenario. Maybe if I could spend one day with everybody in the design community on Instagram, we just go to the island for one day and then we come back. Everybody that's been on pitch or front row. How about that?
That's good.
That's much
We'll
better.
do front row next year from Rhode Island.
oh hell yeah! Sign
We're
me
gonna
up.
do.
Might be bad reception, but you know.
Yeah, I mean the attendees won't understand a word, but we have a great tan. You know, we'll be kicking back, enjoying ourselves.
Right. Getting sunburned.
Exactly.
Awesome. Next question coming in. Someone wants to know how many hours in a week are you guys typically working?
You want to go first, Brandon? I need to do some mental maths right now.
Yeah, hold on. So my week is actually really free. I work Wednesdays probably from 12 to 4 or 12 to 5. And like hardworking, like those are just like I'm on back-to-back calls from like early afternoon-ish and then till like 4 or 5. Thursday, I probably only have like 2 hours of calls. Friday, I only have maybe 2 hours of calls. But other than that, my time is just researching. And I've really this year, I've really been spending a lot of time on hiring things that I don't want to do. Like I have an editor, I have a writer now. I have somebody running my social media. Yeah, it's just a lot of things that I outsource now to like free up my mind to think about new stuff. Like I've been really getting into AR production and virtual production because I'm thinking about some things in the future that I don't want to talk about just yet. But it just frees up my mind to explore and have just people do the work that I would be doing if I were just like just myself. But it's way smarter to just like find somebody, give them a process, and that works with the budget that you have, so you can free up your mind to, point where your company's going. So I guess that's my answer. I don't know. I really don't work as much as I used to, or at least I don't feel like it's work. Like researching AR and all the stuff that I'm trying to get into I don't count that as work. So I don't have hours for you. Maybe like 13 hours of like talking on the phone, which dries my mouth out, but that's about it for the week.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of delegation too. So despite the fact I delegate quite a lot, obviously I'm running a full-time company and then I've got a personal brand. So I've cut back a lot. I would say I do average like 60 hours, something like that. So probably like 9 till 8 weekdays and then like 5 to 10 hours over the weekend. Just trying to get on top of bits and do more of the personal brand thing at the weekend. But, you know, even with those hours, I got 3 part-time staff helping grow my personal brand. We've got a team of like 20 people at the company. So definitely the output is far beyond anything I could do on my own.
For sure.
So I nearly shouted hell yes as you were talking about delegation, Brandon, because I'm trying to push this on so many friends. I got so many friends who can afford it and they just hold back. And it's like, nah, it changes your life.
Well,
And a lot of people don't realize how that they can afford it. And they don't know how to like price shop. Like that's what, because the first time I hired somebody, I hired them at like $25 an hour. Now I'm like, why would I ever? Unless my editors paid pretty well, but everything else, like you have to know how to price shop, know how to create a process so you don't have to like babysit who you hired, because there's a whole lot of skill sets that go into hiring people.
Yeah, it's about finding, you need to know market rate basically for the kind of roles you're hiring for.
Exactly.
So Tom, like I know we've talked about this, I think a little bit, or I've heard you talk about it a little bit. So what are you delegating in your business and personal brands?
Yeah, like I'm happy to be super transparent about this. I'm trying to delegate everything apart from the core stuff I'm absolutely needed for. And I'm nearly there. So this is like pretty much happening. There's a couple of pieces which are happening in the next week or so. At the weekend, I write my newsletter and I send it out. I spend like an hour writing all my Instagram posts for the week ahead. And then my designer takes those and designs them. My VA takes the design posts and schedules them and does all the hashtags and that kind of thing. She then repurposes that content on LinkedIn and other platforms like that. And then midweek, I jump on for an hour and have a fun chat with Mike Jander and do the podcast. So I'm getting to the point where my entire content production I can do in like 3 hours a week. And then I'll just jump into comments and DMs, you know, for an hour a day. And everything else just literally goes out like magic. Like and I got a podcast editor as well. So like I'll jump on with Mike, we chat for an hour and I'll completely forget about it. And then that file automatically goes to my Dropbox, gets downloaded, edited, uploaded to the podcast host, sent out everywhere. I don't do a damn thing to make that happen.
That's awesome. Brandon, you mentioned you have like an editor and things of that nature. Is there anything else that you're delegating?
No, those are the main things. Like just how Tom said, like as soon as I had to change up my structure as well. So I'm doing live streams or creating now a show with different segments. But how I changed, instead of like recording like all my shows on Monday and Tuesday, I do like a 2 to 3 hour live stream on Friday. That automatically gets sent up to my Dropbox, where my editor gets it on Sunday night, and I have him send me like a voice recording or a video of him telling me how he wants to break down that video and what segments that he thinks he can get out of that. We've been working together long enough to where I used to have to be like, we're gonna do this segment out of this video, but now I just have him, I wake up to a video memo or whatever, and he's like, Brandon, I think we can do X, Y, and Z with this video. We cut it up and we make 2 to 3 videos a week. So that's been super, super streamlined for me. I hired a writer just recently because for those of you guys who are in this are on my newsletter, you know your boy can't write. And every time I look at a blank page, I'm just like, oh my gosh, I just want to talk. And yeah, so I've just been, we'll see. That's still something new. I literally just hired them 2 weeks ago. It's been okay.
Do they transcribe what you say?
So how we're working on this first project together is he's creating an email sequence for me. And I've kind of already, full transparency, this is for one of the affiliate things that I'm working on. And so we're creating a series email together. And I already have like the outlines and all that stuff for him, but I'm not gonna sit there and write like 3 emails. So I just wrote out like what to expect for each, or what I expect for each one of those segments and how I want him to write it. So I explained what I need rather than like actually doing it myself, which is way easier for me.
If you got a weekly newsletter, could you not dictate it so you can put your full personality into it, send him a 5-minute voice recording, and he just transcribes it?
That might be something that's something that I need to look into. That's probably smarter. I don't know that workflow because I'm scared like they don't know how I talk. So that's something I got to do like bit by bit. But if actually, we could probably talk about that afterwards if that's something that you do.
Yeah,
okay, cool. Because like,
delegate everything. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. I'll just have to wake up, turn over to my phone in the morning, be like, and then there's a newsletter.
Yeah, seriously, 2 minutes, done. Whole thing goes out.
Yeah. But see, guys, this is what the importance. Like, I don't know. I feel like what's very extremely valuable, like not just design skills, but people know how to like do the delegation stuff. Like as I talk to you, Tom, as I talk to you, Ryan, and even this guy John D. Sanders, like understanding like how to delegate stuff. Like I know to delegate, like I just got to find people. I have to know how to break down skills to send them through a process that I'm expecting. But even with that knowledge, I have a gap of understanding how I'm going to apply that to this newsletter thing via having somebody write out what I say. So you got to have people around you to help you out.
That's it. And I think any like entrepreneur would or business owner kind of understands that mindset. I think as a designer, having a background in running a business or anything like that, or being an entrepreneur or something where you've got more than just, hey, I'm an employed designer, can really actually help you in your career. All right, couple more questions before we finish up. Someone asked, do you see LinkedIn as an underrated site for content creation?
I'm gonna let you take that, Tom.
Yes. Yeah, completely. I think it's less saturated than it could be, certainly in the design community. Obviously, it's more prevalent with people creating content at scale in the business community, but even then, it's underappreciated. I'm now, as I said before, repurposing all of my content on that platform, and I'm seeing decent results. But honestly, I need to be taking it more seriously. I need to be paying attention. I need to be adapting to the platform because there's so much potential with the organic reach right now. I think it's a higher caliber of person on the platform as well. They're more professional. There's less freebie seekers. There's more business-minded people. But as I say, the organic reach is a gold mine right now because how the algorithm works there is if Brandon likes or comments on one of my posts, that shows up in his feed for every single one of his followers. So if you get like a big person on LinkedIn who engages with your content and suddenly all of their followers see it, you can get this kind of exponential organic reach, which just does not exist anymore on Facebook and Instagram and so on. So it's the current platform opportunity of the moment with regards to reach. And I think all of us should be capitalizing on that more.
That's it. That's a little marketing hack that I used for Frontrow2020. I was just tagging our speakers in LinkedIn posts, and that goes out to every connection they have on LinkedIn, basically. And that's a great way to actually generate some traffic to our website. Brandon, thoughts on LinkedIn?
To be completely honest, I'm totally listening because I don't even. I've never really looked to LinkedIn like that. Like I'll see, like I see people like you, Tom, and other people who we have in this, in our circle on Instagram who are utilizing LinkedIn more and more. But I always have the apprehension because my content is so like out there. I'm just like, what? I see you laughing at me, Ryan. You try to hide under the key light.
No, sorry, I was ready to comment. Someone said if Miriam had 4 Oreos and Ryan steals 2, what do we have? And then the answer was 1 less Ryan. That was a lot of your brother.
I tried to put that together. I was like that that math equation didn't work out. Stay in school, kids. You got to figure out the Oreo equations. They teach those in college. But yeah, I don't know. That's something I need to experiment with. I'm just always so focused. Like every time I spread out, I get super tired really quick. I try to stay in one lane, and that lane, well, I'm spreading out a little bit. I've been using Instagram, and now I'm doing slightly more Behance because Behance is trying to get into the live streaming game. They're trying to compete now. What used to be, well, not used to be, because Mixer dead. They've integrated in with Facebook gaming, but they're trying to get into the live stream game for creative. So I'm trying to get into that as well. I totally understand. I'm more so an entertainer. That's why I feel like, especially with how I am and how people, the value that they find with me is that I make them laugh, and I happen to, while making them laugh, I help them learn. So I don't know. I guess that's another insecurity thing. I'm just like, everybody's in suit and ties on LinkedIn. This does not. Nobody needs this in their life on LinkedIn. But I could totally be wrong. That's another thing where, at first, when I think about it, it's an insecurity. I'm like, I don't think people will like that sort of thing on there. They'll be like,
Yeah,
this isn't
I think
serious
they
enough.
would. Just to jump in for a sec, I think they would, because it's the equivalent of you going to a conference full of boring people in suits and ties and being yourself. Like, you differentiate and stand out in an instant.
Okay, then I'll have to try that, because I've been, to be honest, very like, I'm like, not LinkedIn. So we'll try.
I think people would dig it.
I get notifications.
As soon as I get one hate comment, Tom,
live on LinkedIn.
No.
You're coming right back to me, and that hate comment is going to be Ryan. He's a bully like that.
That's awesome. All right, we'll do one more question before we finish up, and it's simply book recommendations. What's your favorite book? Do you have any recommendations?
The Thank You Economy by Gary Vee. Boom.
Thank you.
It's his least best-selling book, but it's his most awesome, and it's all about how to build community, how to treat people with kindness, and how to channel that into your businesses. And also Delivering Happiness by the founder of Zappos.
Yeah.
Tony Hsieh. I always murder his last name, but he's an awesome guy. So yeah, I like books about like positivity and happiness and kindness and building out good cultures and treating people right, because all of that stuff's really important to me in business.
That's awesome. And Brandon?
I have, I'm trying to find the authors real quick, but my first one is, and I think many people mention this, is the E-Myth. Reason being, and I'll find the author's name. Tom, you might know the name, because I know this is a pretty common book.
Yeah, I forget his name as well. I know the exact book though.
Yeah, so I like this one because it was one of the first books that took me out of the designer mentality. And what I mean by that is, like, you have to I guess be more valuable in, I guess, the world, right? Or at least in the design. Like, there's understanding design, and then there's understanding how your design impacts business, marketing, etc. So that's how what you do impacts more than just like your team or your circle. And then this book kind of broke out, like, if you want to do that for yourself in business, how you have to think about that. Like, especially if you're starting off, you're one person trying to do multiple things. And it kind of has you think, it kind of changes your perspective on how you should think about things, rather than like you should do everything yourself, so to speak. And it's been a while since I've read it, but what I have like in my mind versus probably what I'm saying, I just know it changed my mindset to like, I should be learn how to delegate, which I have. But as a business owner or as a designer, I guess there's smarter ways of getting to where you want to go in running a business rather than doing everything yourself. So that book, and then there's another one. I can't really remember, but it's very close to like how focused you should be. I think it's Peter Drucker. It's one of his books. I'm trying to look. Maybe we'll pull it up on Audible. But if you guys just look up Peter Drucker, I can't remember what the book is called, but the whole premise of this one book, or all his books, is just like how focused you should be in the job of the CEO and everybody around him, how you should delegate, basically. So those are just two major authors or writers and books that have like changed my mindset into thinking like, oh, I'm just a designer, versus, okay, you're somebody just with design knowledge. How can you then approach the rest of the scenario?
That's it. All right. Awesome. Fellas, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been an absolute blast and always lovely to catch up. And I knew we were going to have a super fun conversation. So it's awesome to have you guys. I want you guys to now give yourself a selfish plug, going around once at a time, and tell people where they can connect with you online. Tom, we'll start with you. Where can people find you?
First of all, thank you again, Ryan. Front
course.
Row has been amazing this year. You guys really stepped it up. I love what you're doing. And thank you to every person who tuned in with us. Appreciate every single one of you. Best places to find me is Tom Ross Media on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, etc. I've got the best weekly newsletter for creatives trying to learn marketing. That's at tomross.co, so tomross.co. And then my company is designcuts.com, which is the most curated marketplace for creatives in the world. And we've got something like 30 free products when you sign up. So even if you don't buy a single thing, go take advantage because there's a ton of cool stuff going on.
That's awesome. And Brandon?
Word. So you guys can find me on Instagram at Brandon Gross. The O's are zeros, but if you just type in my name, you'll find me. And I'm also on Behance live streaming every Friday between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. EST. So if you're looking to learn live and work along with me on what I'm doing that day, come hang out on live with me on live stream at Behance. So you just got to type in my name there too. I don't really know what the URL structure is. I think it's literally just Brandon Gross after behance.com. But other than that, yeah, that's where you can find me, Instagram and Behance. And if you guys want some free design resources, I have a newsletter on my site or on Instagram too. You just have to click the link in the bio. You get 10 free resources when you sign up. So
that's awesome. And thank you to everyone in chat for coming along, attending. Do not go anywhere because in 5 to 10 minutes time, we're going to take a quick break. But when we come back, we have Anfisa Bogomolova, Melinda Livesey, and Michael Janda to finish off Front Row 2020. We're going to finish strong. So thank you guys so much for joining this session. It's not done just yet, so do not go anywhere. Go to the toilet, grab a break, go get a drink, grab the popcorn if you want. And we'll see you very soon in 5-10 minutes with Anfisa Bogomolova, Melinda Livesey, and Michael Janda.
You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
each other. Tears in our eyes from the words we said. Yeah, it kinda broke my heart. Loving you is not so goddamn easy as you think. I'm trying my best to hold on, but I feel myself giving. You know that we shouldn't keep it up like this. We hurt each other's feelings on and on. I don't wanna change who you are. The things you say is always one step too far. But I know that I've played my part. I'm hurting you as well. I guess that we should say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. I guess that we should say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. We pick up the pieces and start again. Don't give up, we're holding on. For what it's worth, I'll try to change. We can't fix our broken hearts. Loving me is not so goddamn easy as I think. You try your best to hold up, but I see you giving in. You know that we shouldn't keep it up like this. We hurt each other's feelings on and on. I don't wanna change who you are. The things you say is always one step too far. But I know that I've played my part. I'm hurting you as well. I guess that we should say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. I guess that we should say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. I don't wanna change who you are. Things you say is always one step too far. But I know that I've played my part. I'm hurting you as well. Guess that we should say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. I guess that we should say we're sorry. Say we're sorry. Say we're sorry.
For your clients, you have to check out Holobrief. With Holobrief, you can start every project with a solid foundation to gain clarity and find the best solutions that strategically meet the goals of the project. Collaboration can take place seamlessly in Holobrief, which means both you and your client can be on the same page throughout the entire design project. Holobrief gives you all the tools that you need to dig deeper into your client's problems. So if you're ready to do more meaningful work, do me a favor and head over to the link in the chat to check out Holobrief today.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Hey everyone, this is the last time I'm say this year, but welcome back to Front Row 2020. This is the last session, last group for Front Row this year, and it's been a super amazing conference so far over the past 3 days. And the next three speakers that we have, Anfisa Bogomolova, Melinda Livesey, and Michael Janda, I don't think of a better three to finish it off this amazing experience. So I'm literally just going to jump straight into it. You guys know the go. If you guys want to ask these guys questions, exclamation mark Q in the chat, followed by some questions. Without further ado, let me introduce them one at a time. First up, we have Anfisa Bogomolova. Anfisa, are you there?
Hey there! I love how you spell my name. It's Anfisa, but I love the Anfisa. Sounds very
Anfisa?
exotic to me.
I remember last
Anfisa.
year, because you're on last year, for people who didn't know, on
Yeah.
Frontrow 2019. I remember DMing you, I went go, hey Anfisa, how do you say your name? It was more so the last name, but you know.
Yeah, it's Anfisa. But anyways,
Anfisa, okay.
okay, so let me go into into the topic. So my name is Anfisa. Hi guys. So I am. Oh my God, how do I define myself? Because I was doing so many different things. Well, right now I'm UX person. So what I'm doing is focusing on the user search, design strategies, blah blah blah, understanding users and advocating for the users. And in my past, I was doing absolutely different things, starting from startups, building my own startups, helping my friends to build their startups. I was freelancing in it for like around 6 years. I was a little bit educating. I was doing online and offline courses. And the last 2 years, I'm working for big companies, which is a big shift for me, but it's also an interesting journey. That's it, I hope.
That's awesome. Fantastic. And then up next, we have Melinda Livesey. Melinda, how are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me, Ryan.
Of course. Give everybody at home a quick introduction.
I'm Melinda Livesey. I'm a brand strategist out in Southern California, and I started off as a graphic designer, studied illustration, graphic design, worked in that field, big companies, as an in-house designer for about 7 or 8 years, and then went off on my own and started a brand identity company, and then switched over to brand strategy. And then now I work with clients, but then I also teach designers how to make that transition from designer to brand strategist if they see that that's the career move that they want to make. And I also bring along some of my students with me now to client projects. So I have some apprentices that I bring with me too.
Oh, cool.
And then last but definitely not least, we have Mike Janda. Mike, what's happening?
Hey, everybody. I'm super happy to be here. Thanks, Ryan. I'm glad you're still awake after this long week you've had. I'm Mike Janda. I'm excited to be here on Front Row again this year. It was a great event last year, and thank you for having me again this year. I don't know how I define myself, an agency veteran who's now dedicated to teaching and training and mentoring creatives to improve their businesses and grow their freelance business into an agency, or their agency into a bigger agency. I love making content, sharing content. I've written a couple of books, Burn Your Portfolio and The Psychology of Graphic Design Pricing. I have a few courses out, and I make a lot of content on Instagram mostly. And then I have the BizBuds podcast with Tom Ross, who I know was just on with you.
Yeah. And was talking a little bit of smack behind the scenes, so we're expecting some big things.
He doesn't talk smack to my face, though.
Alright, awesome. So we're going to be doing some live Q&A for the next 45 minutes or so. So if you guys want to ask these beautiful people some questions, make sure you just type in the chat !Q, followed by your question, and you can ask, and I'll get the questions here so I can ask these guys. But I actually have a couple of questions we can start off with. So we'll start with one, and we can just go around in a circle, or how works best. The first question I want to ask you guys is, how do you generate trust with clients with a minimum experience? Melinda, would you like to kick us off?
I'd love to. Thank you. I was thinking about this question, and I had all these different possible answers, but the one that really stuck out to me, that's helped me not only in the beginning of my career, but even now when I feel that I'm not, let's say, adequate enough, or that I don't have enough experience, if that little perfectionist monster comes in and tells me I don't have enough, is really to just have empathy for the client, and try and understand what their problem is. Understand it, try to articulate it back to them, ask really, really good questions. And I used to think that I had to do this dog and pony show and show off all of these things that I've done and all this experience I had. But when I was taught to just see the person in front of me and to ask them, what is it that you're struggling with? What are you trying to accomplish? And what's your problem getting there? That just having that dialogue and having the empathy for the other person built so much trust, even in that one conversation. And that can be done beyond just the conversation. It can be done through marketing, it can be done through sales pages, but it's the idea of putting that other person first and what they're going through instead of trying to just show off everything that I can bring to the table. It's really like, well, let me see even what it is you're dealing with and if I'm really the right person to help with that.
That's awesome. And Fiza, would you like to jump in?
I love how you're progressing at it. Well, first of all, I think it's a cool. Melinda did a really good job explaining the idea with empathy. Another thing that comes to my mind as an add-on, I would say it's like trying to communicate who you are, documenting your journey, being honest about what you're doing, what your values are, what your qualities are as the creative. Even if you're in the very beginning, it's totally fine to be transparent, and it's totally fine to even sometimes say like, I'm not sure I can help you, but document everything you're doing. Any project, any side project, any startup, any hobby project. Be sure to kind of literally create a brand where you say who you are and share your values, so that they don't have any other ways to trust you, because they see you every day, they see what you're doing, what you're made of, what's your process. And sometimes even in my experience, I would get like a client request from Instagram because people say like, we know your process, we don't need your portfolio, we just want to work with you, because people kind of hear me and see me every single day, and they already understand that I'm a trustable person because I'm not taking money and running away. I'm actually doing things, and I'm caring about doing things. So I guess sharing what you stand for online, anywhere you go, or any social media you can take. And I think one of the books which helped me to shape this mindset was the book by Austin Kleon, which was Show Your Work. And I think it's a famous book, pretty much, people talk about it. So if you haven't read it, I definitely recommend you to read it. But it literally helps me a lot it helped me a lot in the beginning to, like explain who I am and put myself out there, and then attract people who share the same values. Okay, that's it from my side.
That's awesome.
That's good.
Mike, lucky last.
So we were just talking about how the person who goes last has to give like the answer that hasn't already been said. So as they were both sharing their great answers, I was thinking, okay, what else can I contribute to this? And I think I'm going to dumb it down a little bit and say that, and they both touched on this, Anfisa and Melinda, you've got to have conversations with your client. And I think that a lot of freelancers out there, a lot of business people, and a lot of creatives especially, have some built-in inherent insecurities. And we're afraid by nature to have the Zoom call with a client, or go to lunch with the client, or have a phone call conversation with the client at least. But that's where the trust is built. And a lot of people make the mistake of trying to land work and just doing it through emails or through message boards and things. They're not getting out in front of the client. So step number one for me is stop hiding behind written communication and get in front of the client in a face-to-face manner. And in today's world right now with coronavirus, that is often a Zoom call or a video chat of some kind. But in the future, when life returns to normal, those are face-to-face meetings. Don't be afraid to get your client in a face-to-face meeting, because that's where trust is really built. So that's I think an important piece of this. Stop hiding from your clients. Break through your fears and go and get in front of them, where you can build a genuine, real relationship, because that's where trust is built.
I love that. That's so cool. So the second question
Can I
yes.
Can I jump in one last thing?
Of course.
And Fisa mentioned this, and I think this was super great too. And she's done so good at this because she's always on her Instagram stories. She's always sharing video content. Everybody who follows her feels like they're best friends with her already, even if they've never talked to her before. So she's so good about this. So you can build this trust with your clients just by sharing video-based content. And over time, they're going to see you and they're going to trust you and they're going to see your personality. And then the transaction is so easy because they already feel like they trust you and know you just through the video content you share. So again, break through the fear of not sharing your video content and start sharing, because that's going to help you build trust with people who you don't even know you're building trust with.
And by the way, another 5 cents. I want to add 5 cents to this. I hope we don't take too much time replying this question. But like, I also think like talking to the camera, and I really love that you mentioned it, to not be afraid to just like take your camera and start talking to it. It's like a safe place because there's no one who's gonna literally judge you if you don't want to put it up there online. But it helps you to learn to articulate your thoughts, to kind of build your communication skill. And of course, in the beginning, when you talk to your camera, it sounds horrible, it's lame, you don't want to put it up there. But the more you try, the more, let's say, easy it becomes, and more like a habit it becomes to you, so that you don't feel, let's say, shy or not confident talking to people. So talking to camera sometimes help to even develop other soft skills. Okay, that's
and always,
it.
the first time you like post or talk to camera, it's probably always going to be your worst one. Let's be honest. Practicing makes perfect, I guess. So like I remember doing like a first like talk to camera for like an Instagram ad I did last year or something, which was like the first time I actually pushed it to like a proper audience. And it was like, I was watching it back the other day because it came up in my Google Photos like highlights. I'm just like, wow, that's so bad. Like I know what I was doing back there, but now I'm happy to talk in front of a camera and it feels natural. All right.
The same thing happens with your clients. The first time you go and have the Zoom call with the client, you're going to feel a little awkward and a little nervous. The second time, you're going to feel a little better. The third time, you're going to feel even better. The 50th time, it's going to be no big deal. And you're going to look at yourself and you're going to think, why in the world was I not doing this before? Because now I'm greenlighting 75% of my projects instead of 15% of my projects.
Yeah.
It's really that dramatic of a change.
That's amazing. All right, second question I have here before we jump into some questions from the chat, which already we have a bunch flooding through. So people, !Q followed by your questions so we can ask these people some questions. Second question I had here was, how should one make the jump to full-time freelance? Maybe we should go back around the other way now. Mike, you want to kick us off?
Oh, good. All right, I get to answer first. So I would break this down, and I won't go into super detail, but there are a few different things that you can do to prepare for full-time freelance. The first thing is you've got to prepare mentally for full-time freelance, because it is a whole different animal than working for somebody. When you're working for somebody, your paycheck shows up every couple of weeks and you have that security of this consistent pay. The full-time freelance game is an eat what you kill environment. You've got to go and hustle. You've got to go and build relationships. You've got to go and find clients. So you've got to do some mental paradigm shifting from being the person at the restaurant who's getting served the meal to becoming the person who is out hunting in the forest for the food that you're going to eat and cook. I don't even hunt, so I don't know why I'm using a hunting metaphor. So that's number one, mental preparation. Next, financial preparation. Save up some money, because you're going to be on this roller coaster of cash flow. 1 month will be big, the next month will be small, the next month will be big, the next 3 months will be small. And if you don't have money in the bank, it's going to kill your business. And that's the thing that kills most small businesses, is not being able to manage that cash flow. And then the final thing I would say is, you can put in place a support team right now. Before you jump in and go full-time freelance, talk to your developer friend and say, hey, I'm going to go freelance. If I get any development projects where I need an app or a website, can I outsource that to you? Can we work out an arrangement on how that would work for both of us to have a win there? I need an animation person, an illustration person. So kind of understand the services that you're going to offer, and then find people in the tangential services that can support your business. And that'll give you a lot of confidence when you start meeting with clients to know what you can fulfill from their requests.
That's awesome. A very in-depth response, Mike. You should make a course on it.
I should. I'm thinking of it.
For people who don't know, Mike does have a course on going to full-time freelance. I'm actually taking it at the moment. It's for someone who isn't even freelancing and just being a creative entrepreneur. It's really beneficial. So feel free to go check it out.
Thanks for the shout out, Ryan.
Of course. And Fiza.
Yay. Okay, so I loved what Michael has just suggested, and I feel like I have something just to add on to this, to the same kind of direction of the thought. One of the first thing I wanted to add was to kind of invest in two things. First is start building healthy habits, right? Like it's a half a year before you jump into freelancing, because freelancing full time could be very unhealthy, especially in the beginning. You'd spend so much time doing absolutely different things, because imagine when you jump into freelancing, you are now the boss. You become one person who have 5 departments in one head, and you need to do so many different things. You need to have already finances established, sales established, all the channels established, whatever else. Like you need to understand that it will be a lot of work, and you need to start building and preparing yourself for it slowly. So I guess I'm talking about many different things, but it's I would say like one of the biggest tip would be to start preparing yourself in advance, establishing different channels. It's understanding how do you want to reach out to your clients, which channels do you use, what's your, let's say, what your licenses look like and stuff like that. And then invest into building healthy habits, such as go to the gym, wake up at the same time or whatever, eat at the same time, because when you put yourself out there into this ocean of freelancing, it could feel like the work is never ending. And at some point, if you start overworking, you can kind of end up being a little bit burned out, or feeling not motivated, or feeling frustrated. So, moving around, having a healthy lifestyle really helps you. And another point was to also surround yourself, as Michael said, with the people who can support you. For me, it was also very helpful to have to live with the person, my partner, who was helping me out when I had some hard moments, and I could discuss my fears, my concerns, or something like this. So I don't keep it all in my head, because you don't have 10 people around you to talk to and to discuss what feels not so good. You need to have someone who you can like talk to and you can trust and discuss situations. And another thing is also to invest in networking. For sure, you need to understand what kind of networking do you want to have. Is it offline or is it online, or do you want to do both? At which point when you will work then if you invest in networking all the time. So preparation, I guess that's my bottom line.
That's awesome. Melinda, care to weigh in?
Yeah, I'll add on to what's already been brought up, because brilliant answers. Great job, Mike, for leading us there. The one thing that Mike had brought up was mindset. And one book that actually changed my view a lot it was years into freelancing and running my own business, that I read, and I wish I would have read it earlier, was The E-Myth. And I think there's this thought going into freelancing, like, well, I just get to do what I want to do all day long, every day, 40 hours a week. I'm going to be designing for clients. And it's completely different than when you have an in-house job or you're working for an agency. You have a job description. You are a designer, you are an illustrator, a UX designer, whatever it is, you have a job description that you do for, let's say, 40 hours a week, if not more. When you work for yourself, that's not the case anymore. Like both of them had mentioned, you're doing every single job description now in a business. Now, this could be different depending if you're a freelancer who's trying to just get contract work and gigs at an agency or projects. That's a little different than what I'm talking about. It's more you're running your own business and you're having your own clients. In that case, you are not just the hands-on person. You are the visionary and the entrepreneur of the business. You are the manager of the actual project. So you're doing everything from, at least at the beginning, and as you scale, you're going to be doing everything from vision casting for your business to figuring out project management to marketing. And that's a big thing that I'm seeing a lot of creatives not investing their time into, and they're spending tons of time on client work, and then they're going through feast and famine and wondering, oh no, I don't have any clients, so now I'm going to spend all of my free time now trying to get the clients. Then they land the clients, then they end up in the feast or famine again and freaked out because they haven't developed a system to be consistently marketing and running a business machine forward as they're also producing the service that they provide. And the E-Myth really opened my eyes to that idea that we go in thinking we're just going to be doing our craft all the time and how fantastic that's going to be because now we don't have anyone telling us what to do. But then we forget that we have to learn all of the business side and really start raising our prices so that we have more time to invest into the marketing and building our skills and not all of our time on client work. Because if we start doing that, we're going to be lopsided and not be able to get the clients when you eventually most likely will hit the feast and famine moment, especially at the beginning too. It's hard to avoid, not for everyone. I've seen exceptions, but
For sure.
so that's my one thing.
That's
Read
awesome.
the E-Myth.
That's awesome. All right, we're going to jump into some questions from our attendees now. I've just been flooded with heaps of questions. So a quick reminder, if people want to submit a question, !Q, followed by the question. All right, first one coming in is, what percentage of income would you recommend to reinvest into tools and back into your freelance business? Who would like to start?
I'll kick off on that.
Sure.
It completely depends on you and your situation that you're in. If you don't have cash in the bank, that's the first thing to invest in, is this safety net of money in the bank. So if you start getting freelance work, don't invest it. Can you hear me, Ryan? You're jumping off. Am I still live? If so, just chat. Okay, yeah. Okay. Looked like there might have been a problem. Anyway, the first thing to invest in is your own bank account or your business bank account so that you can hedge against this feast or famine roller coaster thing that we've been talking about. That's the first place to invest. But if you look at big companies, Amazon, for example, was not profitable for like 20 years. From the time they started, they reinvested everything that they were making into their business. And then as soon as they decided to be profitable, they just stopped reinvesting and turned on the profit dollars. And then their stock started to take off and everything started to be crazy what Amazon is doing to the world right now. But it was all this reinvestment into the infrastructure for the future. So I don't think there's a limit on what you should reinvest into your company, especially in the early days, because it builds the foundation for bigger revenue in the future.
That's a great response. Does anyone else want to contribute to that?
I think I'm good with Mike's answer. It's
I
amazing.
think you covered it fairly well. All right,
Yeah,
we'll jump
I
on
mean,
to another question. Oh, sorry.
yeah, it's not really, I didn't plan to add anything new or something crazy, but my personal benchmark was like having 2-3 months of investment in my bank account. But then I feel like I didn't invest much into that business, to be honest. My only investment was time, people, contacts, thinking about where I put my time into. So that's the only investment I did. And it was kind of working out, again, because of the trust. But if you again, I don't really know what you should be investing in it, but you definitely, from my experience, I can say you definitely can start with zero money on your account if you're doing it progressively and slowly. And by the moment you quit your day-to-day job, you know that you have a pipeline of people who want to work with you. But that's my 5 cents.
Next question I see coming in here is, do you have multiple income streams? And if so, what are they?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Do you have multiple income streams? And if so, what are they? Maybe Melinda, do you want to kick yourself on this one?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
say me?
Yeah.
Is that clear?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes, I do have multiple income streams. I have an e-course that has been up for the past 4 years, teaching people how to freelance. Funny how we're talking about that right now. But just the getting started, the people who are in the very beginning of thinking about it, getting started, they have no idea where to start. And so I packaged up my whole process. And when I started freelancing and have that out, so that's been out for 4 years. I also make affiliate commission off of different products that I have used myself and I highly recommend. And then also client work. So I still do brand strategy for clients. And then I also have another brand strategy bootcamp, so another e-course that that I make income from. And then trying to think if there's anything else. That's the main thing that I'm thinking of. And the last one would be referral bonuses from referring work, especially after I work with brand strategy clients. I don't do any of the implementation, and so I will refer them over to a design agency, and I usually have some kind of referral bonus worked out with them, and that's also another income stream that I have.
That's awesome.
And I think that's it.
Who would like to go next?
I can go next. Or Anfi, you haven't answered first for a bit or second. Why don't you go next and then I'll go.
Okay. All right. Let's play how do you call this game? Scissors and knife and whatever else.
Yeah. Rock,
Okay.
paper, scissors.
Yeah, exactly. We call it different, but so okay, in my case, I haven't been having actually any multiple like streams when I was doing the freelancing, because I mentioned I don't do freelancing right now. In the beginning, it was actually me working part-time as the freelancer and part-time working as the startup owner and investing all my freelance income in the startup. So that was a different situation. But I had like different priorities at that point. And then later on, it was me freelancing more and more and more. And then actually the community started to grow on social media. So that was the moment when I first started to have like a second income. At the beginning, it was like some sort of workshops. I would do like a weekend workshop, and for example, for like 20 people, and I would invest not so much time on it, and it was really helpful for others. So that was like another thing that helped me. Also, I was doing some products online, but that was not really like the big income line in my portfolio, let's say. And then of course right now I'm doing the course. So as we all, I guess, in this stream are doing courses, that's one of the big streams right now. So at this point I'm actually doing the full-time job and the income from the online course. They are like parallelly, but that's pretty much it on my side.
That's awesome. And Mike, lucky last.
I have so I've been focused on multiple streams of income for a long time. When I owned my agency and so much of my income was coming from this one channel, I remember just thinking, man, I've got to diversify this because it's too much risk in this one entity generating my income. So I've been focused on multiple income streams for a while. So I'll just list them off. I own some commercial property that I lease out to tenants, and that is a great income stream. That is something I'm telling you, make that your goal in life to own some commercial real estate and start working toward it now. Ryan, you're younger right now, man.
Yeah,
that
man.
should be a goal. And if
It
you
is.
can achieve that in the next 5 or 10 years, it's going to change the rest of your life, because it's such a great, passive income stream. I have book royalties that come from both of my books. I have a UX course and I have a freelance course. I do business coaching for creatives. I have speaking gig income in a normal year that's not a coronavirus year where everything is canceled. And then I have a handful of other investments, just stock investments and things that generate incomes and pay dividends as well. So those are kind of my income streams. Yeah.
That's awesome. All right, next question I come in here, and we've got time for a couple more. But someone asked, how can I change my mindset from having being a perfectionist and focusing on more of a progressive mindset? So who would like to kick us off?
I can start,
Let's
and
go.
I feel like I'm like the book recommendation queen right now.
People love it.
Let me
Oh,
grab.
now she's getting the
I'm
book.
getting
She's
it.
gonna hold it
It's by
up.
it's by me. It's backwards, but Mindset by Carol Dweck. She is the says she's a world-renowned Stanford University psychologist, and she is the one that came up with the fixed versus growth mindset idea. So if you've heard about that, but the fixed mindset is that thing that is the breeding ground for perfectionism, imposter syndrome, feeling like a fraud, all of that. And reading this book has really opened my eyes. I'm not even all the way through it, and it's already amazing to see the difference between when we have, because we all have a mixture of a fixed mindset and a growth mindset, but to see what triggers a fixed mindset and how to get out of it, and what people who are mostly in a growth mindset, in that growth mindset, what do they do to get there? And so it's filled with stories. So I don't necessarily have a particular prescription for anyone besides go pick up the book if you're able to, because it's phenomenal and it'll touch upon a lot of this topic. That's all I got for that.
That's awesome. Anfi?
Yeah, I was thinking that in my particular case, I feel the same, just like you probably guys, all of you. I've been there with the imposter syndrome, with perfectionism, with fears and stuff like that. And I feel like what helped me a lot to overcome the perfectionist bug was like giving myself hardcore constraints. When you put yourself out there, you know that tomorrow is the hard deadline. You can't avoid, you literally cannot extend it anymore. And if you somehow help yourself with those deadlines and with giving yourself a very strict constraints, it just gives you no other way to deliver in time. And even if you want to spend so much time on this another thing and another thing and another thing, you know that you need to deliver, and your brain starts to be a little bit more strategic on the, where do I put my energy in the given amount of time. So that helped me a little bit, but maybe it's a little bit extreme for some people. I know that I'm tricking myself like that sometimes. And imposter syndrome is a totally different topic, which we can talk for a long time. But again, talking helped me a lot with overcoming the imposter syndrome. But let's not talk about it right now. It could be a big one.
And
I think overcoming perfectionism, I mean, this is a big issue that a lot of creatives have, that we can fiddle with the pixels for 20 hours, or we can fiddle with them for 2 hours. And Anfi had a great thing that she alluded to. It's called Parkinson's law. And that's the law that if you have 4 hours to complete a task, you'll do it in 4 hours. If you have 4 minutes to complete the same task, you'll do it in 4 minutes. And we fill the time that we give ourselves to complete the task. And creatives are so bad about this, because you literally can fiddle with it forever. I can move this bobblehead dude right here. This is He-Man. I can move him here, and I can be like, oh, is that better? No, this is better. No, this is better. And I could sit there for 5 hours doing that, just getting this all perfect, when the truth is it doesn't matter. And I think a lot of creatives get caught up into the idea that the work that they do has to be so 100% perfect. But the harsh reality is that in most cases, 80% quality is sufficient to yield 100% of the results that your client is expecting, or 100% that is even possible. And I think as creatives, we have to realize that this is a business. It's a business to make money. We need to cap the amount of time that we spend on the work, and realize that once we hit the threshold of quality that is sufficient to yield the return that the client and we are expecting, then that is perfect enough to fulfill the objectives and to close out the project. And we can drive ourselves into complete unprofitability by not realizing that and spending 400 hours on something that we could have done in 40 hours.
That's awesome. I actually have a follow-up question for you, Mike, because someone asked what characters are on the table there.
We've got the He-Man Masters of the Universe today. He-Man, Skeletor, Beastman, and Orko, who's a little bit below the camera. And then I know it's completely narcissistic, but I always stick myself in the mix.
Is it the
I think it's
Voldemort
like,
version of you?
no, it's not the Voldemort version of me. It's the original Morjanda version. I should get a Voldemort version done. Anyway, yeah, that's what I have on the table today.
That's awesome. I've got one more question before we wrap up, guys, and it's just simply because our audience love book recommendations. So what are some book recommendations you can give? Melinda, we'll start with you.
Because I've already given a couple book recommendations. So
People are loving it.
mentioned the E-Myth, Mindset. I'm looking at my bookshelf right now. I just read Atomic Habits, and that was very helpful as well.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give those 3.
Lovely. Awesome. Anfi?
Yeah, I was also just checking my shelf here. Actually, I'm not going to recommend design books because I believe that we talk about the design books a lot already. Everywhere, in every profile, you can find book recommendation for designers. But I feel like books which you probably can strive to read if you want to expand your horizons and even like a skill set, I would suggest you to start with books that help you to develop some sort of soft skills. In my particular example, I always recommend the book called The Culture Map, which helped me to understand, because I was working with different cultures, with different continents and different mentalities. And that particular book helped me a lot to understand how to negotiate with different clients, how do they argue, how do they communicate, what is the structure for pitching your ideas are. So that helped me a lot to just even do my business. And another book that is really far away from design, but it just, I don't know, somehow it helped me fundamentally, was the very famous book by Harari, which is Sapiens. I feel like everybody should read this book, which is not a design book, but it's still somehow, I feel like it helped me at some point. I don't know why. So yeah, another book is, the Sapiens, which is about the history of humankind.
Awesome. And Mike?
So anybody who listens to BizBuds, I think I mentioned this book every other episode, but How to Win Friends and Influence People, Dale Carnegie, is such a must read. Not just for creatives, but for like everybody in the world. If they read that and applied those principles, the world would be a better place. I fully believe that. And then he has another great book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. Both of these books really were transformational for me. I read them, like in my college years, and they really transformed a lot of mindset things for me moving forward. Shout out to the E-Myth that Melinda mentioned. That was a book that completely changed my paradigm when I was freelancing and just started hiring employees. Changed everything. Such an important book. Good to Great was another paradigm shifting book by Jim Collins. And then my favorite book of the past year that I've read is This Is Marketing, Seth Godin's latest book. So good. So good. If you want to understand just kind of the fundamental concepts of marketing, that's the book to go to. It's just really, really, really well written, well explained.
That's awesome. That's actually one I've read recently too. Guys, thank you so much for joining me today and answering all the questions. I know our attendees have loved having you here. I'm sure if you check your DMs after this, you'll see a few photos of you with a weird facial expression or something of people taking photos of you on the screen. But it's been an absolute pleasure to have you all. Let's go around one at a time. Give yourself a selfish plug and let people know where they can find you. So Melinda, where can people connect?
They can connect with me on my website, marksandmaker.com. And then I'm on Instagram, Melinda Livesey. So Melinda Livesey on Instagram, on Twitter. And I'm also a co-host on The Future. So if you watch The Future's YouTube show, you can see me on there too.
That's awesome. Anfi?
Okay. I feel like next time I'll prepare like a special board with like all the links there, to get to be more visual. Yeah, I have an online course which is UX, as I already mentioned. It's uxforfreelancers.com. And in the internet, basically, Anfisign, like everywhere else, in Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, what else? Whatever else, maybe LinkedIn also. I'll see.
That's awesome. And Mike.
I'm at Morjanda on Instagram. That's kind of my primary social media. You can also go to my website, michaeljanda.com, and my course sites are Freelance with Janda and UX with Janda. And reach out to me and DM me. I reply to everybody, and I'm always happy to connect with new people and answer questions and things as well. And shout out to you, Ryan, for this conference. It's been awesome. You're an animal with the timeline of this being in
I'm still
Australia,
young.
man. But it's like 2 a.m. for you right now. So
Yeah,
kudos
yeah.
to you for putting on a great conference. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Let's all do the Kickstarter campaign for Ryan to try to fly to Europe and better
Yes.
timelines next time.
I'm down. All right, awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining. So everyone who's watching, thank you for attending Front Row 2020. This is the end. This is the last one. The past 3 days have been very exhausting, but also very fulfilling for not only myself, but my entire team. We're super excited. We don't have a schedule to show anything just yet, but yeah, we're done. This is it. The Front Row 2020 is done. It was powerful. We have celebrations. We've got balloons. My back-end team basically just created a very large explosion. As you can see, we are very happy to be done and making noise at 2 a.m. in the morning. We're super excited for you guys. And yeah, we're really glad that you guys have enjoyed the conference over the past 3 days. A couple other things to keep in mind before we do finish up is that I do want to thank our sponsors, Adobe XD and Holobrief. Without them, this stuff could not be possible. Also, if you haven't joined our Slack channel, please do so you can meet other event attendees. This Slack channel is going to be up for a little while. I still have party poppers going off in the background. Our virtual expo, there's tons of stuff there. Definitely go check that out. And also, if you guys want to rewatch sessions, if you missed some, just grab our VIP pass and you can get access to all the content throughout the past 3 days. That's kind of it from me. If you guys have any footage, notes, anything like that, photos, make sure to tag us on at PitchProof on Instagram, Twitter, wherever, and use the hashtag Frontrow2020. Also, if you guys have enjoyed the conference, make sure to send me a DM at PitchProof or at the Ryan Hayward, as well as Twitter, or put a testimonial up online and just go share with your community about how you've enjoyed Front Row. And if you have any feedback for us, let us know. Send me an email, ryan@usepitchproof.com. I love to learn about some feedback from you guys, what you think we can do better next year or in our next event. And then lastly, to finish off, I have to thank my absolutely amazing team. It's not just me behind the scenes, there's a group of people, and without them collectively, we couldn't pull this off. So I have to thank Tom Bouquet for all his hard work, doing the head of broadcasting, making everything look great on graphics, Matt Hayward, our CTO, Ben Martin for production assistance, Billy Wilson, who's our freelance editor, who's been joining us for the past few days, and tomorrow too, he's actually working on a weekend, so shout out Billy. And also Courtney Zudemar for being our personal assistant, and Lawrence Digital for the animations, and Drop Music Branding for amazing audio branding. Thank you guys so much for joining. I have balloons being thrown at me. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. We got party poppers. I'm super excited. I'm Ryan Hayward. This is Front Row 2020, and catch you guys later. Let's go.